Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills thinking about what happened last summer. I've been trying to make sense of it for months, but I can't explain it. I'm not the type who believes in the supernatural. I've always been pretty grounded and logical. But after what happened in those woods, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was early July when my buddy Bailey invited me to this Christian retreat in northern British Columbia. I'm not religious at all, but Bailey and I go way back. And he promised it wouldn't be all Jesus talk the whole time. He said it was more like a community camping trip where people could do their own thing during the day and then gather for optional prayers at night. The place was about 4 hours from Vancouver, deep in the forest near a small lake. I almost said no, but my work had been stressful and the idea of spending a week in the wilderness sounded perfect. Plus, Bailey mentioned there'd be hiking, fishing and campfires, all things I love. So I packed my gear and met Bailey at his place early on a Saturday morning. The drive was beautiful. As we got further from the city, the roads narrowed and the trees got thicker. Bailey chatted excitedly about the retreat, telling me about the people I'd meet and how the community had been doing this annual gathering for years. I half listened while watching the landscape change through the window. We arrived around noon. The campground was larger than I expected. Maybe 30 or 40 different setups ranging from fancy RVs to simple tents. There was a main cabin in the center that served as a communal space and kitchen. Everything was arranged in a rough circle around a large fire pit. The whole setup was about 500 meters from the lake shore, with dense forest surrounding it on 3 sides. Bailey introduced me to what felt like 100 people that first day. Everyone was friendly enough, but I definitely felt like an outsider. They all knew each other, sharing inside jokes and asking about family members. I smiled and nodded my way through conversations, feeling more and more like I'd made a mistake coming. By the evening, though, things improved. I met Mike and Emily, a couple in their 30s who were sitting away from the main group at dinner. They weren't particularly religious either, and had only come because Emily's parents were long-time attendees. We hit it off immediately when Mike offered me a beer from his secret stash. Bailey joined us, and we spent the night talking and laughing by our own small fire near Mike's trailer. The next few days fell into an easy rhythm. During the day, I'd go hiking or swimming with Bailey, while Mike and Emily did their own thing. In the evenings, we'd all meet up to drink and talk until late. The retreat organizers didn't seem to mind our little rebel group, though Bailey would occasionally join the prayer circles just to keep up appearances. The 4th night is when everything changed. It had been a hot day, and the evening brought little relief. After the official campfire had died down and most people had gone to bed, our little group was still wide awake. It was almost midnight when Emily suggested we go for a hike. "There's a trail across from the camp entrance," she said. "It goes up to a ridge with an amazing view of the valley. We should be able to see the stars really clearly from there." It sounded like a great idea in our slightly buzzed state. Bailey grabbed a lantern and we headed out. I didn't even bother putting on shoes. The ground was dry and warm, and I figured we wouldn't go far. Mike did the same, grabbing another beer for each of us before we left. The trail started about 100 meters from the campground entrance. It was narrow but well-worn, climbing gently through the trees. Bailey and Emily led the way, with Mike and I following behind. We were laughing and talking, not being particularly quiet. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt being in the woods at night, hearing the subtle sounds of nocturnal creatures around us. I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but at some point, Bailey and Emily got ahead of us. Mike had stopped to light a cigarette, and I waited with him. We could still see the glow of their lantern through the trees, but it was getting fainter. We should catch up, I said, feeling suddenly uneasy. Mike took a long drag of his cigarette. They'll wait for us at the ridge. No rush. So we continued at our own pace, talking about random stuff. The forest had gotten thicker and the trail narrower. The moon was barely visible through the canopy, leaving us in near darkness except for the occasional beam of moonlight breaking through. I stumbled a few times on routes I couldn't see. After walking for what felt like 20 minutes, I realized I couldn't see Bailey and Emily's light anymore. "Hey, how far is this ridge anyway?" I asked Mike. He frowned. I thought it was pretty close. Maybe another 10 minutes? Emily's been here before, not me. We kept walking, but something felt off. The forest had gone quieter, not completely silent, but the normal chirping and rustling had diminished. I found myself straining to hear Bailey and Emily ahead of us. "Should we call out to them?" I suggested. Mike nodded and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Bailey, Emily, wait up!" His voice echoed slightly, but there was no response. We stopped walking. "Let me try," I said, suddenly feeling the beer I'd been drinking. "Bailey, Emily!" Again, nothing but silence. "This is weird," Mike said, looking around. "How far have we come?" I checked my watch. We'd been walking for almost 30 minutes. "I don't know, maybe 2 kilometers from camp. I didn't think the trail was this long." Mike pulled out his phone. No signal, of course. We stood there, uncertain what to do. The trail continued ahead, barely visible in the darkness. "Maybe they're just out of earshot," Mike reasoned. "Let's keep going a bit further." I nodded, though I was starting to feel uneasy. We walked for another 5 minutes before stopping again. "I think we should head back," I said. "I'm getting a weird feeling." Mike was about to respond when we heard it. A strange sound coming from the forest to our right, maybe 50 meters away. It was a sort of scream, but unlike anything I'd heard before. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Mike was standing very still. "Probably a cougar, or maybe a fox. They make weird noises sometimes." The sound came again, but different this time. It was higher pitched, almost like a person in distress. My heart started racing. "That doesn't sound like an animal," I said. Mike took a step closer to me. "Let's head back. I don't like this." We turned around, and that's when we heard it, clear as day, from the same direction as the screams. "Adam!" My blood ran cold. It was my name, unmistakably my name, being called out from the darkness of the forest. Mike's eyes widened. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. He nodded slowly. "Someone just called your name." "Adam!" It came again, louder this time. The voice was wrong. It sounded almost human, but not quite. There was a quality to it that made my skin crawl, like someone trying to imitate a human voice, but not getting it quite right. "Bailey?" Mike called out. "Emily? Is that you guys?" There was no response, just the normal sounds of the forest. Then, a third time, "Adam!" This time it was drawn out, almost like a howl, but distinctly my name, and it was coming from deeper in the forest, not from the direction Bailey and Emily had gone. "We need to go, now." I didn't wait for Mike to respond. I started walking quickly back down the trail, my bare feet no longer feeling the sharp rocks and sticks beneath them. Mike caught up to me. "What the fuck was that?" "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But it wasn't Bailey or Emily. How would anyone else know your name out here?" That question hit me hard. We were kilometers from camp, in the middle of the night, in a forest I'd never been to before. Nobody knew I was out here except Bailey, Emily, and Mike. We walked faster, almost jogging. Every noise in the forest seemed amplified now. Branches creaking, leaves rustling. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following us. "Could it have been an animal?" Mike asked, his voice uncertain. "Animals don't say names, Mike." I was trying not to panic. "That was my name, 3 times." We didn't speak again, until the lights of the campground came into view. I nearly cried with relief. As we approached, we saw Bailey and Emily standing at the entrance to the trail, looking worried. "Where the hell have you guys been?" Bailey demanded. "We've been looking everywhere for you." "What do you mean?" I asked. "We were right behind you on the trail." Emily shook her head. "We realized you weren't following us after about 5 minutes. We came back to the camp thinking maybe you'd turned around, but when you weren't here, we went back to look for you." "That's impossible," Mike said. "We were on the trail the whole time." "You've been gone for an hour and a half," Bailey said, checking his watch. "It's almost 2 in the morning." Mike and I looked at each other. It hadn't felt like more than 30 minutes. "Did you hear anything strange out there?" I asked them. "Any screaming? Or someone calling my name?" They both looked confused. "No," Emily said. "We didn't hear anything except normal forest noises." I told them what had happened, the screams, my name being called 3 times. As I spoke, I could see the skepticism in their faces. "Look, we weren't that drunk," Mike interjected. "We both heard it clear as day. Something called Adam's name from the woods." Bailey suggested it might have been someone from the camp playing a prank, but I knew better. The voice hadn't come from the direction of the camp or the trail. It had come from deep in the forest, where no one would be, walking at night. And that voice, it wasn't human. I can't explain how I know, but I do. The next night, against my better judgment, all 4 of us went back to the same spot on the trail. Bailey wanted to prove it was nothing supernatural, probably just some campers from another site, or maybe even an echo playing tricks on us. But the forest was different that night, utterly silent. No insects chirping, no animals moving through the undergrowth, just dead silence. We stood there for 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. That silence was almost worse than the screaming. I left the retreat early, making up an excuse about work. I couldn't stay there anymore, not with those woods so close. Bailey was understanding, but clearly thought Mike and I had just spooked ourselves. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what happened. I've researched everything from animal sounds to auditory hallucinations. Nothing fits. Mike and I still talk about it sometimes, though less frequently now. He wants to believe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe someone from another campsite who somehow knew my name. But I know better. Whatever called my name that night wasn't human, and the worst part is, it knew exactly who I was, out there alone in the darkness. Story 2. I still get chills when I think about my time at Memorial Hospital during my nursing school rotation. This happened about 3 years ago, when I was in my 3rd year. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced in that hospital has stayed with me, and I still have no logical explanation for it. It was mid-October, and I was assigned to the medical surgical floor for my clinical rotation. Most days, there would be 5 or 6 of us students, each shadowing a different nurse, but on this particular Wednesday, I was the only student who showed up. My classmate Emily had called in sick that morning, and the others were assigned to different units that day. I remember feeling a bit anxious about being the only student, but also excited to get more hands-on experience. The medical surgical floor was shaped like a large U, with the nurses' station in the center and patient rooms lining the outside of the hallway. Rooms 1 through 20 were spread throughout the unit, with room 11 located in the far corner of the west wing. I had been working with a nurse named Karen, who had been at the hospital for over 20 years. She was strict but knowledgeable, and I was determined to impress her. Around 2 in the afternoon, things were relatively calm on the unit. I had just finished helping Karen with a dressing change on a patient in room 4 when she asked me to grab the portable EKG machine from room 11. She mentioned that the cardiology team had used it earlier, but left it there after completing a procedure. "Can you go get the EKG from room 11? Karen asked while updating the patient's chart. We need it for the new admission coming up from the ER. I nodded and made my way down the hallway. I had never been in room 11 before, as I hadn't been assigned any patients in that room during my rotation. When I reached the door, I noticed it was closed, which seemed odd, since most doors were kept open unless a patient requested privacy or was undergoing a procedure. I knocked softly, not wanting to disturb anyone inside. When there was no answer, I slowly turned the handle and pushed the door open, trying to be as quiet as possible. The lights were dimmed, and the curtain between the two beds was partially drawn. I scanned the room and realized both beds were empty. No patients, no personal belongings, nothing that indicated the room was occupied. The EKG machine was tucked in the corner near the window, so I started walking toward it. That's when I heard it for the first time. Deep, labored breathing coming from the bathroom. The bathroom door was ajar, with just a sliver of darkness visible through the crack. The breathing was distinct, slow, heavy inhalations followed by raspy exhalations, like someone with respiratory issues struggling for air. I froze for a moment, my hand halfway extended toward the EKG machine. I assumed a patient must have been admitted to the room while I was busy with other tasks and was now in the bathroom. I cleared my throat and called out, "Hello? Sorry to disturb you. I'm just here to get the EKG machine." The breathing continued, unchanged in rhythm or volume. No response. I felt a bit uncomfortable, but reminded myself I was training to be a nurse. I couldn't get spooked by a patient breathing heavily in a bathroom. I quickly unplugged the EKG machine and wheeled it toward the door, trying not to make too much noise. As I left the room, I glanced at the patient board at the nurse's station. Room 11 was marked as unoccupied, which was strange considering what I'd just heard. I assumed it was a clerical error or perhaps a very recent admission that hadn't been updated on the board yet. Later that afternoon, around 4:30, Karen asked me to return the EKG machine to room 11 after we had finished using it. "But isn't there a patient in there now?" I asked. Karen looked at me with a confused expression. "No, room 11 is empty today. We're keeping it open for a possible transfer from ICU." I didn't argue, but I felt uneasy as I made my way back to room 11. When I opened the door this time, I deliberately pushed it all the way open, letting light from the hallway flood the room. Both beds were still empty and undisturbed, the sheets were pulled tight with hospital corners, and the pillows were perfectly positioned. It looked exactly as it had a few hours ago, except for one thing. The bathroom door was now completely closed. I wheeled the EKG machine back to its corner and plugged it in. The room was silent, no breathing. I stood still for a moment, listening intently. Nothing. I walked to the bathroom door and hesitated before knocking gently. When there was no response, I pushed the door open slowly. The bathroom was empty. Not just empty of people, but spotless. No personal items, no sign anyone had used it recently. I checked the shower behind the door, even looked up at the ceiling vents, though I wasn't sure what I expected to find there. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I spent several minutes in that room, trying to convince myself that I had imagined the breathing or perhaps heard it from another room. The walls in hospitals aren't exactly soundproof after all. Maybe it had been coming from room 10 or 12. I even stepped into the hallway and back in several times, trying to determine if sounds from elsewhere could somehow be channeled into room 11. But the more I tried to rationalize it, the more certain I became that the breathing I'd heard had definitely come from within that bathroom. I didn't mention it to Karen or anyone else. What would I say? That I heard breathing in an empty room? They'd think I was sleep-deprived or trying to create drama. So I kept it to myself and tried to forget about it. 3 days later, I was back on the unit for another clinical day. This time, there were 4 of us students, and I was assigned to work with a different nurse named Diane. Around lunchtime, I was walking past room 11 when I heard it again, that same deep, labored breathing. I stopped in the middle of the hallway, my heart pounding. The door to room 11 was open this time, and I could clearly hear the breathing coming from inside. I checked the patient board again. Room 11 was still listed as unoccupied. I looked around to see if anyone else was reacting to the sound, but the other nurses and staff walked by without a second glance. Taking a deep breath of my own, I stepped into the doorway of room 11. The moment I crossed the threshold, the breathing stopped. Complete silence. The room looked exactly as it had days before. Empty beds, drawn curtains, closed bathroom door. I walked further into the room, and the silence was almost deafening after the distinct sound I'd heard from the hallway. "Hello?" I called out, feeling a bit foolish. "Is someone in here?" No response, just the faint hum of the air conditioning. I checked the bathroom again, empty. I looked under both beds, in the closets, everywhere a person could possibly hide. Nothing. I even stepped back into the hallway to see if the sound would resume, but there was only silence. I began to seriously question my sanity. Was I hearing things? Was this some sort of auditory hallucination brought on by stress? I hadn't been sleeping well due to exams and clinical rotations, so maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. For the rest of that day, I avoided room 11 as much as possible. I made excuses to take the long way around the unit, just so I wouldn't have to pass by that door, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. A week later, I was back for my final day of rotation on that unit. I had almost convinced myself that the whole breathing incident had been a product of my overworked imagination. Almost. It was early evening, around 6:30, and most of the day staff were preparing to hand over to the night shift. I was helping my assigned nurse complete her documentation when one of the other nurses asked if I could grab some supplies from the storage room near room 11. As I approached that part of the unit, I slowed my steps, listening carefully. At first there was nothing unusual, just the normal sounds of a hospital evening, distant conversations, the beeping of monitors, the squeaking of cartwheels on linoleum floors. Then, as I got closer to room 11, I heard it again. But this time it wasn't just breathing, it was snoring. Soft but unmistakable snoring, like someone had fallen into a deep sleep. I stood frozen outside the door, my heart racing. The room was supposed to be empty. It had been empty all week according to the assignment board. I glanced around, hoping to spot another nurse or even a custodian who could come with me to investigate, but the hallway was deserted. Gathering all my courage, I pushed open the door to room 11 and flipped on the lights. The snoring stopped instantly. Like before, the room was empty, no patients, no visitors, nothing out of place. This time, though, I was determined to find a logical explanation. I checked both beds thoroughly, running my hands over the mattresses and pillows, looking for any sign of recent use. I checked the call button to see if it was working properly or if there might be some sort of electrical issue causing strange sounds. I examined the heating vent to see if air flowing through it could somehow create a sound resembling breathing or snoring. I even got down on my hands and knees to look under the furniture. The bathroom door was ajar again, and I approached it cautiously. The snoring had stopped when I entered the room, but as I got closer to the bathroom, I could hear faint breathing again. In, out, barely audible, but definitely there. With a trembling hand, I pushed the bathroom door all the way open and flipped on the light. Empty. But the breathing continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, and a chill ran down my spine despite the warmth of the room. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I can hear you breathing. Who are you?" The breathing continued, unaffected by my questions. It wasn't threatening or aggressive, just the sound of someone existing, breathing, being present in a space where physically no one was there. I backed out of the bathroom, never taking my eyes off the empty space where the sound seemed to originate. When I reached the door to the hallway, I turned and ran, not stopping until I reached the nurse's station, my heart pounding in my chest. I never told anyone. At the hospital about what I experienced in room 11. How could I explain it? I was a nursing student, trained to think logically and scientifically. There had to be a rational explanation, but I couldn't find one. My rotation ended the next day, and I was assigned to a different unit for the remainder of my clinical training. I never went back to the medical surgical floor, and I never set foot in room 11 again. To this day, I still don't know what or who was breathing and later snoring in that empty room. Was it a patient who had passed away there, somehow still present in some form? Was it my imagination, stress, or exhaustion playing tricks on my mind? Or was it something else entirely, something I don't have the vocabulary or understanding to explain? All I know is that whenever I think about those few weeks during my nursing school training, I can still hear that breathing, deep, labored, and undeniably real, coming from an empty room where no one should have been. Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family and closest friends. It's something I've tried to understand for years, but still can't explain. I know how it sounds, trust me, I do, but everything I'm about to share actually happened to me. I grew up in a small town outside Amsterdam, in a typical Dutch suburban home. Nothing remarkable about it, just a normal 2-story house with a modest garden where my parents still live today. My childhood was pretty standard until I turned 10, when something started happening that would change my life forever. It began with a dream when I was 10 years old. In this dream, I saw a woman wearing a white dress with small blue flowers printed on it. She had dark hair pulled back in a bun, and I remember she looked about my mother's age, maybe mid-30s. In the dream, she didn't speak to me. She just stood there staring, with an expression I couldn't read. Not angry, not happy, just intensely focused on me. I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling unsettled. You know that feeling when you wake up and your room doesn't feel like your room anymore? Everything looked slightly wrong, like the furniture had shifted a few centimeters while I slept. I remember sitting up and rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off the dream. That's when I looked toward my bedroom door, which was always left slightly ajar at night. Through the gap, I could see straight into the hallway, and there she was, the same woman from my dream, standing perfectly still in our upstairs hallway. I froze. My entire body went cold. I remember thinking, this isn't possible. I'm still dreaming. But I wasn't. The hallway light was on. My parents always left it on dimly at night so I could find the bathroom. And in that faint glow, I could clearly see her. Same white dress with blue flowers, same dark hair in a bun. She was staring directly at me through the gap in the door. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and shut my eyes tight. I counted to 50, certain that when I opened them again, she'd be gone. When I finally looked, the hallway was empty. The next morning, I told my parents about it. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they're not sure how to respond to something weird their kid says. My father suggested I'd had a nightmare and then experienced what he called a waking dream, basically still seeing dream images for a few seconds after waking up. My mother was more sympathetic, but equally dismissive. She suggested I was overtired from staying up late reading. I was obsessed with Harry Potter at the time. I tried to believe them. I wanted to believe them. But a week later, it happened again. This time, I wasn't dreaming about her first. I was lying in bed, reading with my little bedside lamp on, when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. The room got so cold I could see my breath. I looked up from my book, and there she was, standing at the foot of my bed. She didn't move or speak. She just stood there watching me with those same unreadable eyes. I remember noticing details I hadn't seen before, like how her dress had tiny pearl buttons down the front and how her hands were clasped together like she was waiting for something. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, she simply faded away. like someone was turning down her opacity until she disappeared completely. I ran to my parents' room that night and slept between them. They were concerned, but still thought I was having vivid nightmares, or that my overactive imagination was getting the best of me. My father even checked all the doors and windows to reassure me no one had broken in. Over the next year, I saw her maybe a dozen times, sometimes in dreams, but more often in reality, standing in the hallway, at the bottom of the stairs, or reflected in mirrors. Sometimes I'd just catch glimpses of her from the corner of my eye, that flash of white with blue flowers. But when I'd turn to look properly, she'd be gone. I began to dread being alone. I'd make excuses to have friends over or to stay at their houses. I kept the lights on whenever possible. My parents started to worry that I was developing some kind of anxiety disorder. They even took me to a child psychologist who suggested I might be experiencing stress from school or social pressures, but I knew what I was seeing was real, or at least it felt real to me. The most terrifying encounter happened when I was 11 during our school trip. In the Netherlands, it's traditional for elementary school kids to go on a week-long trip at the end of their final year before middle school. Our class went to a converted farm in the eastern part of the country that had been turned into a kind of rustic hotel. It was an old building, parts of it dating back to the 1800s, and of course there were rumors among the kids that it was haunted. On the third night, a group of us boys were sitting in our room sharing ghost stories. You know how it goes at that age, each story more ridiculous than the last, with headless monks and bloody brides and all that stuff. I was already on edge being in this creaky old building, but I was trying to act cool. One of the boys was in the middle of a particularly gruesome tale when I glanced toward the doorway that led to the hall. The door was open, and I could see some of the girls from our class standing in the hallway, giggling and whispering. They were probably planning to scare us or something, but then I saw her, standing right among the girls. The woman in the white flowered dress. She was looking directly at me, and this time her expression had changed. She looked urgent, like she needed to tell me something. Without thinking, I jumped up and shouted, "Leave me alone! Just leave me alone!" The room went silent. My friends stared at me like I'd lost my mind. The girls in the hallway stopped giggling and looked confused. One of them, Emma, asked who I was yelling at. That's when I realized none of them could see the woman standing right there with them. "The lady," I said, pointing. "The lady in the white dress. She's right there." Everyone looked where I was pointing, but their faces just showed confusion and concern. My teacher, Mr. Visser, came running down the hall to see what the commotion was about. By then, the woman had vanished, but the damage was done. Everyone thought I was either playing a prank or losing it. The rest of the trip was awful. Kids kept asking me if I'd seen the ghost lady again, making spooky noises whenever I walked by. Even my closest friends kept their distance, like my craziness might be contagious. When I got home, my parents had a long talk with me. They were genuinely worried now. But here's the weird part. That was the last time I saw her clearly. It's like once I publicly acknowledged her, she stopped appearing. For years afterward, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Was she a ghost, a figment of my imagination, some kind of stress response? I researched paranormal phenomena, psychology, even neurological conditions that might cause hallucinations. Nothing quite fit. When I was 16, my mother told me something that sent chills down my spine. She said that when I was about 3 or 4 years old, I used to have conversations with someone I called Princess. My parents had assumed it was an imaginary friend, pretty normal for kids that age. But my mother said it always struck her as odd because I didn't talk about Princess as if she was made up. I spoke to her and about her as if she was a real person who visited me. According to my mom, I once described Princess as the lady with flowers on her clothes who watches over me. I have no memory of this Princess from my early childhood, none whatsoever. But hearing about it made me wonder if this woman in the white flowered dress had been with me much longer than I realized. I'm 23 now. I haven't seen the woman since that night at the school trip, but occasionally, when I'm alone in a quiet house, I hear a woman's voice softly calling my name. Just once, like she's checking if I'm there. I don't answer. I don't know if I should. Sometimes I wonder if she was trying to protect me from something. Other times, I fear she might have had more sinister intentions. Most of the time, though, I think she was just lost. Maybe she needed help as much as I needed to understand why she was there. I still have no explanation for what happened. I've told this story to a few people I trust, and the reactions range from fascination to skepticism to concern. I get it. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up or had experienced some kind of psychological episode. But I know what I saw. I know she was real, at least to me. And sometimes, when I dream of her now, I'm not afraid anymore. I just want to ask her who she was and what she wanted from a scared 10-year-old boy. I guess some questions don't have answers. Some experiences just happen and leave us wondering for the rest of our lives. But if you've ever seen something you can't explain, something nobody else could see, know that you're not alone. And maybe, just maybe, what you saw was as real as the woman in the white flowered dress. Story 4. I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before 2017. I was always the skeptical type who needed proof for everything. That changed during the summer of that year. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and I figured sharing it might help me process it, or maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I live in a small 2-bedroom house that I bought after my divorce 3 years earlier. Nothing fancy, just a place for me and my dog Max, a 4-year-old German Shepherd mix I rescued from the shelter. Max has always been my buddy, super attentive and protective. He follows me everywhere and always wants to be where I am. It started on a Tuesday night in July. I remember because I had just gotten home from working a double shift, and all I wanted was to relax on the couch with some leftovers and whatever was on Netflix. Max was doing his usual routine, eating his dinner while I heated mine up, then settling next to me on the couch. Around 11 that night, I noticed Max suddenly sitting up straight, his ears perked forward, staring intently toward the entrance of the lounge room. At first, I thought he heard something outside, maybe a raccoon or a neighborhood cat. But there was something different about the way he was staring. It wasn't his normal alert posture. He was completely fixated, like he was watching something specific. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, but he didn't react at all. That was weird. Max always responds when I talk to him, even if it's just a flick of his ears or a quick glance. But this time, nothing. His eyes stayed locked on that empty doorway. I muted the TV and listened for anything unusual. The house was completely quiet. I even got up and checked the front and back doors, but everything was locked up tight. When I came back, Max was in the exact same position, still staring. After about 10 minutes, he finally relaxed and curled up next to me again. I wrote it off as dog weirdness and didn't think much more about it. But the next night, it happened again. Almost exactly at 11, Max stopped what he was doing, sat up straight, and stared at the same spot. Again, he completely ignored me when I called his name or tried to distract him. It was like I wasn't even there. This pattern continued for about a week, always around 11 or midnight, always the same intense staring at the empty lounge room. I started getting genuinely concerned. I checked the walls for mice, looked for insects, even got down on my hands and knees to see if there was something in the corner I was missing. Nothing. On the 8th night, I decided to really pay attention. When Max started his staring routine, I turned off the TV, dimmed the lights, and just watched him watching, whatever it was. The room felt different somehow, colder maybe. Not dramatically colder like you see in movies, just a subtle change, like when you walk past an open refrigerator. That's when I saw it. In the darkness of the lounge room doorway, there was a shape. It wasn't exactly solid, more like a different density of darkness. Grayish, slightly lighter than the blackness around it. Human-shaped, but without clear features. Just a vague outline, about the height of an average person. My first thought was that my eyes were playing tricks on me. I'd been staring into the darkness too long and was seeing patterns that weren't there, but then the shape seemed to turn, and I know this sounds crazy, but I felt it looking directly at me. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room temperature. My mouth went dry, and my heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, the shape was gone. Max was still staring, though. He continued for another 15 minutes before finally relaxing again. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, stress from work, or my eyes adjusting to the darkness. But deep down, I knew I'd seen something that shouldn't have been there. For the next few nights, I made sure all the lights were on in the house during Max's staring sessions. I didn't see anything unusual again, which helped convince me that I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe Max was just hearing the neighbors or something in the walls that my human ears couldn't detect. Then came the night that really freaked me out. I'd been clearing out some old boxes in the spare room that day, sorting through things to donate. I left several boxes stacked in the lounge room, planning to take them to Goodwill the next morning. That night, Max started his usual staring, and despite my better judgment, I dimmed the lights again, wanting to see if I could spot anything. At first, there was nothing, just the dark room and the silhouettes of the boxes I'd stacked earlier, but then I noticed one of the shadows by the boxes seemed wrong. It was taller, more vertical than the boxes should have cast, and it was moving. Not dramatically, just subtle shifts, like someone slightly adjusting their position while trying to stand still. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The shape seemed to be partially hidden behind the stack of boxes, with just a portion of it visible, like someone was standing there using the boxes as cover, but the way it was positioned would be impossible for a physical person. The boxes were too close to the wall. There wasn't space for anyone to stand there. As I stared, trying to rationalize what I was seeing, I got the distinct impression that it was watching me. Not just present in the room, but actively observing me. The hair on my arms stood up, and a wave of cold sweat broke out across my back. Then Max growled, not his usual warning growl for strangers at the door. This was lower, more primal. I'd never heard him make that sound before. The shadow behind the boxes seemed to retreat slightly at the sound, pulling further back. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped up and flipped on every light in the house, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the switches. The lounge room was empty, just boxes against the wall, no space for anyone to hide. I didn't turn those lights off again all night. I sat on the couch with Max pressed against me, both of us wide awake until dawn broke. The next day, I called my dad. He's always been level-headed and practical, and I needed someone to talk me down from the growing panic I was feeling. I told him everything, half expecting him to tell me I was being ridiculous or needed more sleep. Instead, he was quiet for a long moment before saying, "You know, son, I've always believed that when people die, their energy has to go somewhere. Not everyone moves on right away." This from my dad, the former accountant who questions whether the weatherman is qualified to predict rain. I was stunned. "So you think I'm being haunted?" The word felt ridiculous coming out of my mouth. "I think something or someone is there, and your dog can see it clearly, even if you can only catch glimpses," he said. "Next time it happens, try speaking to it directly." "You want me to talk to it?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Tell it firmly that this is your house now, and it needs to move on. Be respectful but clear. These things often just need acknowledgement. I thanked him, not entirely convinced, but desperate enough to try anything. That night, I waited anxiously for Max's behavior to start. Sure enough, right around 11:30, he sat up and fixed his gaze on the lounge room. My heart immediately started racing, but I forced myself to stay calm. I dimmed the light slightly, not completely off, but enough that I might be able to see something if it appeared. The room felt charged somehow, like the air before a thunderstorm. I took a deep breath and spoke out loud, feeling incredibly foolish but determined. "I know you're there," I said, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. "I can see you sometimes, and my dog can definitely see you. This is my home now. I don't know who you are or why you're here, but you need to move on." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the usual creaks and settling sounds of the house seemed to stop. Max remained rigidly focused on the doorway. "I'm not afraid of you," I continued, which wasn't entirely true. "But this isn't your place anymore. Please go toward whatever light or path or whatever it is you're supposed to find. Just, please leave my home." As I finished speaking, Max's ears twitched. He tilted his head slightly, the way he does when he's confused. Then gradually he relaxed his posture. He looked back at me, tail wagging slightly, then jumped up on the couch and curled up beside me like nothing had happened. I waited, tense and alert, for any sign of the presence I'd felt before. Nothing came. The room felt normal again. Just my regular, slightly drafty lounge room. That was the last time Max had one of his staring episodes. Whatever had been there, ghost, energy, figment of my stressed-out imagination, it was gone. I've gone back and forth 100 times trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe Max was reacting to something completely mundane that I misinterpreted. Maybe I worked myself into such a state of anxiety that I started seeing things. But deep down, I know what I saw. That grey figure was watching me, hiding behind my boxes, present in my home. And when I finally acknowledged it and asked it to leave, it did. It's been 5 years now without any further incidents. I still live in the same house with Max, who's getting a bit grey around the muzzle these days, but is otherwise the same loyal companion. Sometimes when I'm up late and the house is quiet, I find myself glancing toward that lounge room doorway, half expecting to see something there. Nothing ever is. But I'm not as skeptical as I used to be. There are things we don't understand, energies or presences that exist just beyond our perception. My dog saw it clearly. I caught only glimpses, but it was there, watching me, until I finally saw it back. Story 5. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for weeks now. I keep thinking there must be a logical explanation, but I just can't find one. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm a 22-year-old college student living alone in a small apartment in Westlake. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place with a tiny kitchen, living room and bathroom. I've lived here for about 8 months without any issues. I'm not particularly superstitious, and I've always felt safe here. Until last month. It was a Tuesday night. I remember because I had a big presentation the next day and stayed up late preparing for it. I finally crawled into bed around 1 in the morning, exhausted but a little wired from all the caffeine I'd consumed. I fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. The sound of footsteps pulled me out of a deep sleep. Not loud, thundering steps, but the unmistakable sound of someone walking around my apartment. My first thought was that I was dreaming, but as I became more alert, the footsteps continued. My heart started racing immediately. I live alone. There shouldn't be anyone else here. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from my living room, moving toward the kitchen. They were slow, deliberate steps, like someone was taking their time, exploring. I lay there frozen for what felt like an eternity, clutching my blanket up to my chin like a child. My phone was charging on the nightstand, just inches away, but I was terrified to move. What if they heard me? What if they came into my bedroom? Eventually, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound. I waited, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing. After maybe 15 minutes of complete silence, I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, then picked up the baseball bat I keep under my bed. But I still can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. I keep thinking about that voice saying, 0. What did it mean? Why would someone break into my apartment, not steal anything, just turn things upside down and say a number? I've racked my brain trying to think if 0 means anything significant to me. A test score, an address, a birthday? Nothing comes to mind, nothing makes sense. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the stress of college finally got to me and I had some kind of breakdown. But then I remember how real it all felt. The footsteps, the figure in my doorway, that voice, and the physical evidence, the unlocked door, the upside-down shower head and mirror. I couldn't have imagined all of that. I still live in the same apartment. I can't afford to break my lease and move, but I don't feel safe here anymore. I sleep with all the lights on now. I've developed a detailed routine of checking and double-checking every lock, every corner, every hiding place before I go to bed. And I still wake up multiple times each night listening for footsteps. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know who or what was in my apartment. I don't know what 0 means or why things were turned upside down. But I know something was there, something that shouldn't have been. And I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. That 0 was just the beginning of something, that whatever it was, it's going to come back. Story 6. I've been sitting on this experience for years, trying to make sense of it. I still can't. I grew up in the mountains of West Virginia, in one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and you know the land like the back of your hand. I'm 25 now, but this happened when I was 18, during my senior year of high school. It still keeps me up at night sometimes. Our house sat at the mouth of a holler, right where the gravel road meets the woods. It wasn't much, a double wide with some additions my dad built on, but it was home. I'd spent my whole life running those hills, fishing in the creek, and learning the unspoken rules from my grandpa. Rules like never whistle in the woods, especially after dark. Don't acknowledge strange sounds. If you hear your name called from the trees and you're alone, ignore it and get inside fast. My mom always rolled her eyes at this stuff, called it hillbilly nonsense, but everyone else took it seriously. I remember it was early March, and we'd had 3 straight days of rain. The creek was swollen, and the ground was so saturated you'd sink ankle deep just walking to the mailbox. That night, my coonhound Blue went missing. He was a good dog, never wandered off, but his tracking collar had died earlier that day, and I hadn't gotten around to charging it. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to my mum shaking my shoulder. "Ethan, Blue's not back yet. I'm worried with all this flooding." I rubbed my eyes, checked my phone. "It's the middle of the night, Mom." "I know, but I heard something out there. Might be him whining to get in." So we pulled on our boots and jackets and grabbed flashlights. Dad was working night shift at the mine, so it was just us. As soon as we stepped outside, Mum started whistling. That loud, 2-fingered whistle she used to call us in for dinner when we were kids. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Mom, don't do that!" She laughed, actually laughed. "Oh, Ethan, not you too with those old superstitions." We called for Blue for about 20 minutes, splashing through puddles, our flashlight beams cutting through the fog that had settled in the yard. Nothing, just the sound of water dripping from the trees and the distant rush of the flooded creek. Something felt off, though. The woods were too quiet. No frogs, no nightbirds, nothing. "Let's go back in," I finally said. "We'll look again in the morning when it's light." Mom reluctantly agreed, and we headed back inside. I remember checking the locks twice before going back to bed. I didn't sleep much. Around 4 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and went to the kitchen to make coffee. Our house was always full of little noises. The hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the wall clock, the occasional creak of the foundation settling. But suddenly, everything felt different. The air got heavy, like right before a bad storm, and the hairs on my arms stood up. I felt watched, not just observed, but studied, like something was cataloguing my movements. I set down the coffee mug and did a slow turn, scanning the kitchen, the living room, the hallway. Nothing looked different, but everything felt wrong. That's when I noticed the front door was open, not wide open, but cracked about 6 inches. The lock on that door had been broken for months. It would close but wouldn't latch properly. Dad kept saying he'd fix it on his next day off. My heart hammering, I walked over and pushed it shut, pressing my weight against it to make sure it stayed closed. Then I heard a soft creak from the back of the house. I froze. Another creak, and I knew it was coming from the back door. Our back door had 3 locks, a regular doorknob lock, a deadbolt, and a sliding chain. I remembered checking all 3 before going to bed. I always did, a habit from childhood. Slowly, I made my way through the house to the back door. It was standing wide open, all 3 locks undone, the door gently swaying in the night breeze. The porch light was on, illuminating the yard and the edge of the woods beyond. Nothing moved out there. I slammed the door shut and locked all 3 locks, my hands shaking so bad I could barely manage the chain. Then I checked every room in the house, looking under beds, in closets, behind shower curtains. Nothing. No one. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something having been in our house, walking around while I was in the kitchen. Blue showed up the next morning, muddy but fine. Life went on, and I tried to forget about that night. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe I hadn't checked the locks as well as I thought. 2 days later, I came home from school to an empty house. Mom was at her shift at the dollar store, and Dad was sleeping after working all night. I dropped my backpack and went to get a popsicle from the freezer. It was a weird habit I had, eating popsicles year-round, even when it was cold out. As I stood there with the freezer door open, I heard a loud crack from beneath my feet, like wood splitting. Then came a sound I still can't adequately describe, a heavy scratching or chewing coming from the crawl space under the floor. It wasn't small like a squirrel or raccoon. Whatever was down there was big, and it was powerful. The sound moved, tracking from one end of the kitchen to the other, directly beneath where I stood. I backed away slowly, bumping into the counter. The noise stopped. I waited, barely breathing, for maybe 5 minutes. Nothing. Later, when Dad woke up, I convinced him to check the crawl space. The entrance was on the outside of the house, a small door secured, with a padlock. It was still locked, the cobwebs around it undisturbed. Dad shined his flashlight in there but saw nothing unusual. Probably just the house settling after all that rain, he said, but I could tell he didn't fully believe it. The following night I was up late doing homework. Around midnight I got hungry and went to the kitchen for another popsicle. As I opened the freezer, the stove light flickered. Then the overhead light followed suit. My first thought was that we were about to lose power, not uncommon during storms, but everything else in the house stayed on. Just the kitchen lights flickering, like something was playing with the electricity. I don't know what came over me, but I felt a surge of anger mixed with fear. "Unless you want to pay rent, get out," I said aloud to the empty kitchen. Immediately, I regretted it. A coffee mug sitting on the counter fell off and shattered. One of the cabinet doors swung open, then slowly closed again. The lights stopped flickering. I cleaned up the broken mug, my hands trembling the whole time, and went back to my room. I didn't sleep that night either, just laid in bed staring at my ceiling, listening to every tiny sound the house made. The next night was the worst. I woke up at exactly 2 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone right away. wondering what had pulled me from sleep. That feeling of being watched was back, but stronger this time. My window blinds were closed, but I could feel eyes on me from outside. My room was on the first floor, facing the woods. I needed water. My throat was bone dry from fear, but I didn't want to turn on any lights. I crept through the dark house to the kitchen, then remembered we kept bottled water on the porch during winter months. It would be colder out there. I unlocked the back door and stepped onto the porch. Blue was tied up to his doghouse about 20 feet away, and as soon as I stepped outside, he started growling. Not barking, just a low, continuous growl, his eyes fixed on something at the edge of our property where the yard met the tree line. I couldn't see anything there. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, but he just kept growling, hackles raised. I grabbed a water bottle and rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. When I turned around, the kitchen lights started flickering again, more aggressively this time. On, off, on, off. Then all the lights in the living room joined in, creating a strobe effect that made me dizzy. I stumbled to my room, slammed the door, and called my friend Jake. He lived down the road and was into all kinds of paranormal stuff. "Sounds like you've got a mimic," he said after I described everything that had happened. "A what?" "A mimic, something that can imitate familiar sounds and appearances. They're not usually dangerous unless you provoke them, but they're curious, especially about human habits." "How do I get rid of it?" "You probably can't," Jake said. "Not unless you want to burn sage and do a whole ritual thing, but that might just piss it off. Best to just coexist, set boundaries." Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one living with whatever this thing was. The next few weeks were tense. The activity never escalated beyond what I'd already experienced. Occasional flickering lights, sounds in the crawl space, doors that wouldn't stay closed or locked. I started keeping to myself more, spending less time at home. When I was there, I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, the way the air would sometimes get heavy for no reason. Dad finally fixed the front door lock, but it didn't matter. Whatever was in our house didn't need doors. Blue never warmed up to it. He'd growl at empty corners, refuse to enter certain rooms. Animals know things we don't. I moved out for college 3 months later and never moved back. My parents still live in that house, and they claim they've never experienced anything strange. Maybe it was just attached to me somehow, or maybe they're just not sensitive to it. Either way, I refuse to spend the night there when I visit. I'll drive 3 hours back to my apartment instead. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it meant harm or was just curious. But I do know that the rules my grandpa taught me weren't just superstitions. There are things in those mountains that don't have names, things that have been there longer than us and will remain long after we're gone. And sometimes they get curious about the humans living on what used to be their land. I still don't whistle after dark. I still don't acknowledge strange sounds. And I still feel watched sometimes, even hundreds of miles away from that holler in West Virginia. Story 7. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It's been almost 2 years, but I can't shake it from my mind. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what my daughter and I saw that evening in Willowbrook has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm an artist by trade, mostly landscapes and portraits, nothing fancy. My ex-wife and I had been having problems for a while, but we were trying to keep things civil for our 3 teenage daughters. That evening in early fall, we were driving back from my middle daughter's volleyball game. It was around 8:30, and a light mist had been falling all day, not enough for heavy wipers, just that annoying drizzle that makes everything hazy. Willowbrook is the definition of rural America. Lots of open fields, scattered houses, and old infrastructure that probably should have been updated decades ago. The road we were on was one I'd driven hundreds of times, a narrow country lane that crosses over the old Burlington Northern Railroad tracks. The crossing has those wooden arm barriers and flashing lights, but they're ancient and have malfunctioned before, so I've always been extra cautious there. As we approached the crossing that night, I did what I always do, slowed down to about 15 miles per hour and looked both ways, even though the barriers were up and the lights weren't flashing. My ex-wife was in the passenger seat, scrolling through her phone. My oldest was in the back left, my middle child in the middle, and Ellie, my youngest, was behind the passenger seat. She had just turned 16 a month before. When I glanced to the right, down the tracks, something caught my eye. About 30 feet away, standing directly in the middle of the tracks, was a figure. My first thought was, what the hell is someone doing out there in this weather? I hit the brakes instinctively, which made everyone look up, but when I focused on the spot again, nobody was there. Just empty tracks stretching into the misty darkness. The whole car lurched forward slightly when I braked, and my ex-wife asked what was wrong. I hesitated, still staring at the spot where I'd seen something. It had only been for a split second, but I had a weirdly vivid mental image. A young woman with long, dark, wavy hair that hung down past her shoulders. She was wearing what looked like a long white dress with long sleeves and some kind of white hood or veil over her head. Her face was pale, her head slightly tilted down, but her eyes were looking up and they seemed crossed or unfocused. Her expression wasn't angry or sad, just blank, neutral. Nothing, I said, shaking my head. Thought I saw something on the tracks. Must have been the mist playing tricks. We continued across the tracks and the conversation moved on to what we should have for dinner. My oldest two were arguing about stopping for fast food, and my ex-wife was complaining about having to work early the next morning. Normal family stuff. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, I noticed Ellie was completely silent, staring out the window with her face drained of color. About 5 minutes later, when we were almost home, Ellie's voice came from the back seat, small and shaky. "Did anyone else see that person standing on the railroad tracks?" The car went quiet. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. My ex-wife turned around with a confused expression. "What person?" I didn't say anything, just kept driving, but my mind was racing. Could she have seen the same thing I did? Was I not imagining it? "I don't know," Ellie mumbled. "Never mind." When we got home, I tried to act normal. We ordered pizza since nobody felt like cooking. My two oldest went to their rooms to do homework, and my ex-wife was on the phone with her sister. I found Ellie sitting alone at the kitchen table, picking at her food. I sat down across from her. "Hey, about what you said in the car. What did you see at the railroad crossing?" She looked uncomfortable, like she regretted bringing it up. "It was probably nothing, just my imagination." "Ellie, it's okay. I want to know what you saw." She put down her fork and looked at me. "It was a woman, I think. She was standing right in the middle of the tracks, but when I blinked, she was gone." My stomach dropped. What did she look like? She was wearing all white, like a long dress, and she had this veil or something over her head. I couldn't really see her face clearly, but she trailed off, shivering despite the warmth of the kitchen. "But what?" "I don't know, Dad. It was creepy. She didn't look right. Can we stop talking about it? I'm trying to forget it." I nodded and changed the subject, but inside I was freaking out. How could we both have seen the same thing? My ex-wife and other daughters hadn't noticed anything unusual. Was it just a coincidence? Some strange reflection in the car windows caused by the misty conditions? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that woman's face in my mind, the down-turned head with eyes looking up, the crossed gaze, the eerily calm expression. Around 3 a.m, I got up and went to my studio in the basement. I needed to get this image out of my head, and drawing has always been my way of processing things. I didn't turn on the main lights, just my desk lamp, and started sketching. I didn't want to overthink it, just let my hand recreate what I'd seen, The long white dress with its high neck and long sleeves, the veil that draped over her head but left her face visible, the dark, wavy hair that contrasted against all that white, and that face. I drew the slight downward tilt of her head, the eyes looking upward with that unsettling crossed gaze, the expressionless mouth. When I finished, I sat back and stared at the drawing. It was her, exactly as I'd seen her on the tracks. The image was so clear in my mind, which was strange considering I'd only glimpsed her for a second or two, but something about her had burned itself into my memory with unnatural precision. I decided not to show anyone the sketch yet. Maybe it was all just my imagination running wild. Maybe Ellie had seen something else entirely, and I was connecting dots that weren't there. I tucked the drawing into my portfolio and finally went back to bed around 5 in the morning. The next evening, after dinner, I was alone with Ellie in the living room. My ex-wife was at a work function, and the other girls were at friends' houses. I decided to take a chance. "Ellie, I did something last night that might seem a little weird." She looked up from her phone. "What?" "I drew what I thought I saw at the railroad crossing. Would you mind taking a look and telling me if it matches what you saw?" She hesitated, then nodded. I went to get my portfolio from the studio and carefully took out the sketch. When I came back, I handed it to her without saying anything, watching her face closely. The second she looked at the drawing, all the color drained from her face. Her eyes widened, and she dropped the paper like it had burned her. Then she screamed, not a startled yelp, but a genuine scream of terror, and jumped up from the couch, backing away from the sketch on the floor. "That's her! That's exactly her! How did you—" She was hyperventilating, tears forming in her eyes. "Dad, how did you know what I saw? I didn't tell you about her face or her eyes or—" I tried to calm her down, but I was shaken myself. "Ellie, this is what I saw too. That's why I hit the brakes at the crossing." "No, no, no." She was pacing now, hugging herself. "This isn't possible. We couldn't have both seen the same. What was that? Who was that?" I picked up the sketch and looked at it again. The woman stared back at me with those unsettling eyes. "I don't know." That night, Ellie refused to sleep alone. She camped out on my bedroom floor in a sleeping bag, something she hadn't done since she was 8. Neither of us slept much. The next day, I started doing research. I called the local historical society and asked if there had ever been any accidents at that railroad crossing. The elderly volunteer who answered seemed surprised by my question, but told me she'd look into it and call me back. 3 days later, she did. According to her research, there had been 2 fatalities at that crossing. One was a drunk driver who ignored the barriers in 1978. The other happened in 1942. A young woman named Margaret Winters had been struck by a train. The details were sparse, but apparently she had been wearing her wedding dress at the time of the accident. Her fiancé had been killed in World War II, and according to local rumors, she had gone to the tracks in her wedding dress on what would have been their wedding day. I felt sick as I thanked the woman and hung up. A bride in white, killed on those very tracks. It couldn't be a coincidence. I debated whether to tell Ellie what I'd learned, but decided against it. She was already having nightmares about the woman on the tracks. I didn't want to make it worse by confirming that we might have seen the ghost of a tragic bride from the 1940s. Over the following weeks, I drove different routes to avoid that railroad crossing. Ellie never asked why, but I could tell she was relieved. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe we'd both seen a real person who quickly ducked out of sight, and our minds had filled in the eerie details. Maybe there had been some local Halloween decoration or art installation that I wasn't aware of. Maybe it was just a very specific shared hallucination brought on by the misty conditions and the suggestive setting of the isolated railroad tracks. But none of those explanations felt right. And they certainly didn't explain how I had drawn a face that Ellie instantly recognized as what she had seen. despite us never discussing the specific details. A month later, my ex-wife and I finally separated. She moved out with our two oldest daughters, while Ellie chose to stay with me. We never told anyone else about what we saw that night. Who would believe us? I've always considered myself an open-minded skeptic, but this experience tested the limits of my rationality. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Sometimes I still dream about her, the woman on the tracks with her white dress and veiled head, staring at me with those crossed eyes. In the dreams, she's trying to tell me something, but I always wake up before I can understand what it is. I avoid that railroad crossing completely now. Some things are better left unexplored, unexplained. But I can't help wondering, why did only Ellie and I see her? What did she want from us? And most disturbing of all, was she really gone when we looked again? Or was she somehow in the car with us? Story 8. I've always been hesitant to share this experience online, but after 20 years, I still can't explain what happened that day. I guess I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. I grew up in Collierville, Tennessee, a town steeped in Civil War history. My parents bought our house when I was 3, and they were thrilled about its location. The property sat on what used to be the grounds of a Confederate field hospital during the war. My dad was a huge history buff and considered this the perfect place to raise a family. Our backyard was basically an archaeological site. Every weekend, Dad would be out there with his metal detector, sifting through dirt like he was panning for gold. And honestly, he kind of was. He'd found dozens of artifacts, old medicine bottles still intact, musket balls, uniform buttons, even a partial set of surgical tools that he displayed in a shadow box in his office. Mom always joked that other families planted gardens while we planted holes. I never really understood my dad's obsession with digging up the past, though. I was just a normal 5-year-old boy who cared more about Hot Wheels and cartoons than history. I remember the day it happened so clearly. It was a Wednesday afternoon in April, unusually warm for that time of year. Mom had picked me up from kindergarten and brought me home. She was in the kitchen starting dinner, and I was in my bedroom playing with my Hot Wheels collection. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, painted blue with glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. I had this big wooden toy box my grandfather had made, and I dumped all my cars onto the beige carpet, making racetrack sounds as I pushed them around. I remember the sunlight was streaming through my window, creating this perfect spotlight on my play area. I was completely absorbed in my game, creating an elaborate crash scene between my favorite red Corvette and a blue Mustang when I got that weird feeling. You know when you suddenly realize you're not alone, like when someone's watching you? I looked up, expecting to see Mom checking in on me, but it wasn't Mom. Standing in the doorway of my bedroom was a man I'd never seen before. He was incredibly tall, like freakishly tall compared to my dad, who I thought was the tallest person in the world. He wore these shiny black boots that came up to his knees, black pants, and a long black overcoat that nearly touched the floor. On his head was a tall black hat, not like a baseball cap, but one of those fancy top hats like Abraham Lincoln wore in my school books. The weird thing is, I don't remember his face, not clearly anyway. It's like when I try to picture it now, it's just blank. Not scary blank, not like he didn't have a face, but more like my brain just couldn't process or store what he looked like. I just remember he was there, completely solid, not see-through or ghostly at all. But here's the strangest part. I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. I should have been terrified seeing a strange man in my house, right? My parents had drilled stranger danger into my head since I could talk. But instead, I felt comfortable. Like when a friend of your parents comes over and you just know they're good people. He didn't say anything. He just stood there watching me play. After a few moments, he stepped into my room and knelt down near my cars. I remember scooting over, to make room for him like it was the most natural thing in the world. He picked up one of my cars, a black Camaro, and rolled it gently across the carpet toward my red Corvette. We played like that for what felt like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. No words, just rolling cars back and forth. I remember giggling when he made one car do a flip over another. The whole time, I felt this warm, safe feeling, like when you're wrapped in a blanket on a cold day. Then I heard Mom calling my name from the kitchen, asking if I wanted apple juice or milk with my snack. I turned toward my door to yell back, "Apple juice!" When I looked back to where the man had been kneeling, he was gone. Not like he'd gotten up and walked away. He was just gone. 1 second there, the next second not. I wasn't upset or confused. Somehow it felt normal, like when a TV show ends and you just accept that it's over. I got up and went to the kitchen where Mom was cutting apple slices. I climbed onto one of the bar stools at our counter and said, "The man in my room was playing with me." Mom froze mid-slice. "What man, James?" Her voice sounded weird, all tight and high. "The tall man with the black hat. He played cars with me. He's nice. I've never seen my mom move so fast." She dropped the knife, grabbed me off the stool, and practically carried me out the front door. We went straight to our neighbor Mrs. Wilson's house. Mom was shaking when she asked to use their phone. This was back in 2001, before everyone had cell phones. She called my dad at work, her voice breaking as she told him to come home right away because there was someone in our house. Mr. Wilson went over with a baseball bat to check things out while we waited for my dad. Within 20 minutes, Dad's truck came screeching into the driveway. He and Mr. Wilson searched our entire house, looking under beds, in closets, checking all the windows and doors for signs of forced entry. They found nothing. No one was there, and nothing was missing or disturbed. When they were done, we all went back to Mrs. Wilson's living room, where I was eating cookies and watching cartoons. Dad knelt in front of me, his face all serious. "James, tell me about the man you saw in your room." I described him exactly as I remembered. The tall black hat, the long coat, the boots. Dad and Mom exchanged this look I couldn't understand at the time. "Were you scared of him?" Mom asked, her hand gripping mine tightly. "No," I said, confused by her fear. "He was nice. He had a pretty friendly vibe." Dad's eyebrows shot up at that. "Vibe? Where did you learn that word?" I shrugged. I honestly don't know where I'd heard it before. "Did he say anything to you?" Dad pressed. "No, he just played cars with me. And you've never seen him before? Maybe in the neighborhood or at the store with Mommy?" I shook my head. "Never saw him before, but he seemed like he knew me." That night, my parents made me sleep in their room. Dad installed a security system the very next day, and for weeks after, Mom wouldn't let me play alone in my room. They took me to a child psychologist, thinking maybe I'd made it up for attention or had some kind of hallucination, but the doctor said I seemed perfectly normal, not the type to make up elaborate stories, and too consistent in my retelling for it to be fabricated. As the weeks passed and nothing else happened, things slowly went back to normal. My parents eventually stopped talking about it, though Mom would sometimes stare at me with this worried look when she thought I wasn't paying attention. It was about a month later when Dad made the connection. He was reading a book about Civil War medical practices in Tennessee when he found a passage about a surgeon who'd worked at the field hospital that once stood near our property. The book included a rare photograph of medical staff, and there in the background stood a tall man in a black frock coat and top hat, the typical formal attire for physicians of that era. Dad never showed me the photo. He said he didn't want to plant ideas in my head, but I overheard him telling Mum that the description matched, and that the surgeon had been known for his gentle bedside manner, especially with young soldiers. I'm 25 now, with a degree in history. Yes, I ended up taking after my dad. I've researched that surgeon extensively. His name was Dr. Jonathan Merritt. He was known for his height, standing over 6 feet 4 inches tall in an era when the average man was much shorter. He specialized in treating young soldiers, often sitting with them through the night and bringing them small comforts during their final hours. I've never seen the man in the black hat again. We moved away from that house when I was 8, and I've lived in apartments and newer homes ever since. But sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, I get that same feeling, that warm, safe presence. It never lasts long, just a moment, like someone checking in on me. I've never been able to explain what happened that day. I wasn't a kid who made up stories or had imaginary friends. I had no knowledge of Civil War medical staff or their typical attire. I didn't even know our house had been built near a field hospital until years later when I was old enough to understand my dad's historical ramblings. All I know is that for a brief afternoon in April 20 years ago, something or someone crossed the threshold between our worlds. And sometimes I still find myself looking up from whatever I'm doing, half expecting to see a tall man in a black hat standing in the doorway. Story 9. I've never told anyone this story before. Even typing it out now, my hands are shaking a bit. I keep telling myself it was just a dream, but deep down, I know it wasn't. It's been 3 months, and I still can't make sense of what happened that night in my bedroom in Stillwater. I've lived in this small town my entire life. Nothing exciting ever happens here. We don't even have a movie theater, just a main street with a couple of shops, a diner where everyone knows your order before you sit down, and neighborhoods where the houses look practically identical. My house is nothing special, a small 2-bedroom that I bought after my divorce 2 years ago. It's just me and my cat, Oscar. That night started like any other. I remember it was a Tuesday in April. I had worked a double shift at the hospital where I'm a nurse, so I was completely exhausted. After feeding Oscar and taking a quick shower, I fell into bed around 11:30. I remember checking my phone last time, it was 11:42 exactly, before plugging it in and turning off my bedside lamp. I drifted off almost immediately. I don't remember dreaming at all, which was unusual for me. Normally my sleep is filled with bizarre, vivid dreams that I can recall in detail the next morning. What happened next is what I've been trying to understand ever since. I suddenly became aware that I was awake in my bed. My eyes were open, but something felt off. The room was dark, but not completely black. There was a soft glow coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. The strangest part was that I could only see what was directly in front of me. Everything beyond about 6 feet from my face was just darkness, not shadows, not dimness, just nothing. Like my bedroom simply stopped existing beyond that point. I tried to move, but my body felt incredibly heavy, like I was pinned to the mattress by some invisible force. I wasn't scared though, which doesn't make sense. Normally I would have been terrified, but instead I felt eerily calm. That's when I noticed her. Standing beside my bed was a figure, definitely female in shape, average height, slender. She was wearing what looked like a simple grey outfit, not quite medical scrubs, but something similar. The light seemed to come from her, or maybe around her, giving her a faint luminescence. Her face. This is where it gets difficult to describe. Her face wasn't hidden or covered, but it was somehow blurry. Like when you try to focus on something with tired eyes and just can't get it clear. I could tell she had features, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were indistinct, like looking through frosted glass. The moment I noticed her, I felt a wave of peace. It sounds crazy, but it was like being wrapped in a warm blanket of calm. She didn't speak, not with words, but somehow I understood she meant no harm. It was like we were communicating through feelings rather than language. She moved closer to my bed and sat down beside me. The mattress dipped slightly under her weight, which is one of the reasons I know this wasn't just a dream. Dreams don't have those small physical details. Without warning or explanation, she reached toward my right arm, which was lying on top of my comforter. Her hands were slim and delicate, with long fingers. As she touched my skin, I felt a slight tingling sensation, pleasant almost, like when your foot falls asleep, but without the discomfort. She produced what looked like a needle, silver and thin, about 4 inches long. Not like a medical needle exactly, more refined somehow. I should have been terrified. I should have screamed or tried to fight, but I didn't. I felt completely at ease, like this was the most natural thing in the world. She inserted the needle into the crook of my elbow, precisely where they draw blood at the doctor's office. I watched as she did this, completely fascinated rather than frightened. The needle slid in without any pain, not even the small pinch you normally feel. Then I saw something being drawn up through the needle. It wasn't exactly blood. It was darker, more viscous, with a faint reddish-purple glow. I remember thinking it looked like bone marrow, though I've never actually seen bone marrow outside of a medical context. What happened next should have been horrifying, but somehow wasn't. She set the needle aside on a small tray that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Then, using what looked like a thin silver tool, not quite a scalpel but similar, she made an incision along my entire forearm, from wrist to elbow. I watched, completely mesmerized, as my skin parted cleanly. There was no blood, no pain. I could see inside my own arm, the layers of fat, the muscles, tendons, veins, even glimpses of bone. Everything was perfectly illuminated, as if my arm had its own internal light source. The colors were vivid, not the dull reds and pinks you'd expect, but bright, almost iridescent tissues pulsing with life. As she worked, I felt waves of information passing between us. Not words, not even clear thoughts, but impressions. Something about healing, about preparation, about a coming change. There was a sense of necessity to what she was doing, like this procedure was vital for some reason I couldn't quite grasp. She seemed to be examining something specific inside my arm, occasionally touching certain areas with her fingertips, which sent pleasant vibrations through my entire body. Each time she touched something, I felt a corresponding sensation somewhere else, a flutter in my chest, a warmth in my head, a tingling down my spine. The entire time, I felt completely serene, more than serene. I felt relief, like something that had been wrong was finally being fixed. I hadn't even known anything was wrong until that moment when I felt it being corrected. After what felt like both an eternity and just a few seconds, she gave me what I can only describe as a feeling of completion. Without using any visible tools to close the wound, she simply passed her hand over my arm, and I watched in fascination as the tissues, muscles, and skin rejoined perfectly. I looked down at my arm, expecting to see at least a scar, but there was nothing. My skin was completely unmarked, as if nothing had happened. I flexed my fingers, rotated my wrist. Everything worked perfectly, better than perfectly actually. I suddenly realized that the slight stiffness I'd had in that wrist for years after a minor sprain was completely gone. She placed her hand on my forehead then, and a flood of information washed over me. It was too much, too fast to process, but I understood it was important, crucial even. Something about my purpose, about why I had been chosen, about what was coming. I felt myself trying desperately to memorize it all, knowing it was vital that I remember. The entity, because I don't know what else to call her, seemed to sense my struggle. She moved her hand to the center of my chest, and I felt a sensation like something being sealed or locked away inside me. The knowledge was there, but protected somehow, waiting for the right moment. She stood then, and I realized the darkness around us was receding slightly. I could see more of my room now, the edge of my dresser, the corner of my closet door. She backed away from my bed, still facing me, and I had the distinct impression she was saying goodbye, though no words were exchanged. As she moved farther away, the calm I'd been feeling started to shift into panic. I suddenly desperately wanted her to stay, to explain, to tell me when she would return. I tried to reach out, to call to her, but my body still wouldn't respond. My mouth wouldn't form words. Just before she disappeared completely into the darkness, I felt one final wave of emotion from her. Reassurance. A promise. This wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. And then she was gone. I blinked, and suddenly my room was back to normal. The familiar shadows cast by streetlights through my curtains, the soft glow of my phone charger, the weight of Oscar curled up at my feet. I sat up quickly, my heart racing. I immediately checked my arm. Nothing. No mark, no scar, not even a hint of redness. But the stiffness in my wrist was still gone and has remained gone ever since. I grabbed my phone. 4:17 in the morning. I'd been asleep for less than 5 hours, but it felt like both minutes and days had passed. I spent the rest of that night wide awake, searching the internet for similar experiences, looking up sleep paralysis, alien encounters, hallucinations, anything that might explain what had happened. Nothing quite matched. Sleep paralysis comes close, but people describe that as terrifying, not peaceful. And it doesn't explain the physical change in my wrist. That was 3 months ago. I still have no explanation. Sometimes I convince myself it was just an incredibly vivid dream, but then I'll flex my wrist and remember. Something happened that night. Something real. The worst part is the knowledge she gave me. I know she told me something important, something I need to remember. Sometimes I'll get flashes, brief impressions or feelings that seem significant, but the actual information remains locked away. It's like having a word on the tip of your tongue, but 1,000 times more frustrating, because I know it's important. I've started keeping a notebook by my bed. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with my heart pounding, grab the notebook and scribble down fragments before they disappear. Water rising. Blue light. 3 marks. None of it makes sense on its own, but I feel compelled to record it all. I haven't told anyone until now. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced wasn't just a dream. Something or someone came to me that night, did something to me, told me something crucial. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and I'm just about to fall asleep, I get the distinct feeling that she's coming back, that whatever began that night isn't finished. I just hope when she returns, I'll finally understand why she chose me. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into that old farmhouse in eastern Tennessee. This was back in 1953, when I was just 8 years old. My parents thought it would be a fresh start for us, away from the cramped apartment in Knoxville where we'd been living. Dad had found work at a lumber mill about 20 miles away, and the rent on this place was dirt cheap. Now I know why. The first night I didn't notice anything strange. We were all exhausted from moving our belongings in an old pickup truck my uncle had lent us. My 2 younger brothers and I shared a room with 2 beds. I had to share with Tommy, who was 6 at the time. Little Robbie, who was only 4, had his own small bed in the corner. Mom and Dad took the main bedroom, and there was a small guest room that mostly held boxes we hadn't unpacked yet. It was our second night when it started. I woke up around midnight to the sound of a door opening and closing. At first, I thought maybe Dad was up using the bathroom, but the sound kept repeating. Open, close, open, close. It wasn't loud or violent, just steady, like someone was patiently opening and shutting a door over and over. Then came the cat sound. I didn't have words for it back then, but now I describe it as a yowl, that awful screeching noise cats make when they're fighting or in pain. The thing is, we didn't have a cat. I pulled the covers over my head and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning at breakfast, I was surprised when Mom asked Dad if he'd heard that racket during the night. So it wasn't just me. Dad shrugged it off, saying old houses make noises as they settle. For 3 nights straight, the same thing happened. Door opening, door closing, cats screeching, always starting around midnight, always lasting about an hour. By the 4th night, nobody was sleeping well. Mom was getting jumpy, and Dad was irritable from lack of sleep. That's when he decided to fix the problem. "It's just one of the doors in this old place," he declared over breakfast. "The hinges are probably rusty or warped. I'll replace them after work today." He came home with leather hinges. I'd never seen anything like them before. When I asked why he didn't just get metal ones, he mumbled something about dampening the sound. I watched him remove the old metal hinges from every door in the house, one by one, replacing them with these strange leather strips. He was particularly focused on the door to the guest room, which he swore was the culprit. "This'll fix it," he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he finished the last door. "No more creaking tonight." He was wrong. That night the sounds were louder than ever. Open, close, open, close. Screech, screech. I crept out of bed and peeked into the hallway. In the dim moonlight coming through the window, I could actually see the guest room door slowly swinging open, then shutting again, with leather hinges, making absolutely no sense. I ran back to bed and shook Tommy awake. "The door is moving by itself," I whispered frantically. "Go back to sleep, Eleanor," he mumbled, turning over. The next morning, Dad looked defeated. Mum suggested maybe we should find another place, but Dad reminded her we'd signed a year lease and paid 3 months in advance. We couldn't afford to move again so soon. "We'll get used to it," he insisted. Our house was built on a foundation of large stones with about 3 feet of crawl space underneath. It became our favorite place to play during the day. The ground was dry and it was cool under there in the summer heat. There was also this weird partial cellar on one side, just a hole dug out with some concrete walls started but never finished. Dad said whoever built the place probably ran out of money before completing it. About a week after we moved in, Tommy found the first hairball. That's what we called it anyway. It was a clump of long greyish hair, like from a woman with long straight hair. It wasn't dirty or gross, just hair, neatly formed into a ball about the size of my fist. "Gross," I said, but Tommy was curious. He poked at it with a stick, and that's when we saw it, a shiny quarter underneath. We looked at each other, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. Tommy scooped up the quarter, and we ran to tell Mom about our find. Mom looked troubled when we showed her the quarter and explained about the hair. "Where exactly did you find this?" she asked. We took her under the house and showed her the spot. There was nothing there now, of course. We'd already removed the hair and taken the coin. Mom looked around, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "I don't want you playing under here anymore," she said firmly. Of course, we didn't listen. The next day, while Mom was hanging laundry out back, we snuck under the house again. Sure enough, there was another hairball in almost the same spot. This time, there were 2 pennies underneath. This became our secret routine. Every day, we'd check under the house, find a hairball, discard it, and pocket the coins we found underneath. Some days it was just pennies, other days it might be a nickel or even another quarter. We started saving the money in a coffee can, dreaming of buying candy or comic books next time we went into town. About a month after we moved in, Mom got a telegram saying her sister, my Aunt Louise, was sick with pneumonia. Mom was worried sick, so her mother, my great-grandmother, came to help out while Mom traveled to see Aunt Louise. Great-grandma Walker was a tiny woman with deep creases in her face and hands, like tree bark. She rarely smiled and spoke very little. Mom always said it was because she'd had a hard life. Later, I learned she was part Cherokee, though she never talked about it. This was a time when being Native American could get you sent to a reservation, so she kept that part of herself hidden away. Great-grandma arrived in the afternoon, carrying just a small cloth bag with her belongings. She didn't say much during dinner, just watched us all with those dark, knowing eyes. Dad tried to make conversation, but she mostly just nodded or gave one-word answers. That night, the door and cat noises were particularly bad. I heard Great-grandma get up from the guest room and walk around. The next morning when I came down for breakfast, her bag was packed and sitting by the front door. She was drinking coffee at the kitchen table, her face even more severe than usual. "You're not leaving already, are you, Mother Walker?" Dad asked. "Sarah won't be back for at least a week." "I ain't staying in this house," she said flatly. It was the most words I'd heard her string together since arriving. "But why?" Dad pressed. "Is the room not comfortable?" Great-Grandma looked at him hard, then at us kids. "I seen things in the night, things that ain't natural." Dad glanced at us. "Maybe we could talk about this, privately. Ain't no point hiding it. The children know this house ain't right." She took a sip of her coffee. "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall last night. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." Dad's face went pale. "Now, Mother Walker, it was probably just a bad dream." "I know what I seen," she cut him off. "This place has bad spirits. You should take these children and leave." She left before the sun was fully up, catching a ride with a neighbor who was heading into town. Dad was furious, saying she was just superstitious and had scared us for nothing. But we were already scared. Across the road from our house stood an old 3-story ranch house. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, paint peeling, porch sagging, windows broken. But every single night, we could see a flickering light in one of the top-floor windows, like a candle moving back and forth. One Saturday, Dad decided to investigate. We watched from our front porch as he walked across the road and around the old house. He was gone for about 20 minutes before coming back, looking confused. "That's the strangest thing," he said, sitting heavily on our porch steps. "The entire staircase inside has rotted away. There's no way anyone could get up to those top floors. It's completely collapsed." "Then how come we see a light up there every night?" Tommy asked. Dad had no answer. A few days later, my half-sister Clara came to visit. She was 17 and lived with her father in Chattanooga, but sometimes she'd stay with us for a weekend. Clara was fearless, or so I thought. She heard us talking about the abandoned house and declared she was going to explore it herself. "You kids are just letting your imaginations run wild," she laughed. "I bet there's a perfectly normal explanation for everything." Mom was visiting Aunt Louise, and Dad was at work, so there was no one to stop her. Clara marched across the road with all 3 of us trailing nervously behind her. The old house loomed over us, its empty windows like dead eyes. Clara tried the front door, but it was locked or stuck. She circled around to the back and found a cellar door that opened outward from the ground. Without hesitation, she grabbed the rusty handle and yanked it open. I'll never forget her face in that moment. All the color drained away, and her eyes went wide with pure terror. There was an old man looking up at her from inside the cellar, his face pale and gaunt in the darkness. "Come on in," he said, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Clara slammed the door shut and ran. We all ran, back across the road and into our house, locking the door behind us. Clara was shaking so badly she couldn't even speak for nearly an hour. When she finally calmed down enough to talk, she told us there had been no steps leading down into the cellar, just a straight drop of about 8 feet. The old man had been looking up at her from the bottom, but it was impossible for anyone to be down there without a ladder or stairs. Clara left that same day, catching a bus back to Chattanooga. She never came to visit us at that house again. The door continued its nightly ritual. The hairballs with coins appeared daily. We kept seeing the candle in the window of the abandoned house. But somehow, we adapted. Kids are resilient that way, I guess. We learned to sleep through the noises. We collected the coins without questioning where they came from. We avoided looking at the abandoned house after dark. We stayed in that farmhouse for 3 years before Dad finally found a better job closer to Knoxville, and we moved away. The night before we left, I lay awake listening to that door open and close for the last time, wondering about the headless woman, the mysterious hair, and the old man in the cellar. I never got answers. I'm 68 years old now, and I still get chills when I hear a door opening in the night. I still can't look at long grey hair without remembering those neat little balls we'd find every morning. Some things stay with you forever, no matter how much you try to forget. Story 11. I've never told this to anyone outside my immediate family, and even they think I'm just being dramatic. But I swear on everything I hold dear that what I'm about to share is real. I've been experiencing something that goes way beyond normal déjà vu, and it's getting worse. It started about 8 years ago when I was 17. I was with my parents at this seafood place in Portland, one of those fancy restaurants with the cloth napkins and too many forks. I'd never been there before, but the second we walked in, I got this weird feeling. It wasn't just regular déjà vu where you get that fleeting, I've been here before sensation. This was different. My ears felt like they were underwater, like when you're swimming and everything gets muffled. And then I just knew things. I knew the waiter would recommend the sea base special before he opened his mouth. I knew my mum would order a glass of Chardonnay and then change her mind to Pinot Grigio. I even knew my dad would knock over his water glass when reaching for the bread basket. When the waiter handed me the menu, I didn't even look at it. I just said, "I'll have the grilled salmon with the dill sauce on the side." My parents looked at me weird because I usually take forever to decide. The waiter nodded and said, "Excellent choice." When the food came, it was exactly what I'd pictured in my head. The strangest part was that in my dream, or whatever it was, I'd been sitting where my dad was sitting. I was seeing everything from his angle, like I was across the table looking at myself. It freaked me out enough that I barely touched my food. My mom noticed and asked if I was feeling okay. I told her I was just tired, but really I was trying to process what was happening. The underwater feeling lasted almost 40 minutes, not the few seconds that normal déjà vu is supposed to last. Fast forward to the summer after high school. I was visiting my aunt in Seattle, about 400 miles from home. I'd never been to her neighborhood before. One afternoon, I went out for ice cream and decided to explore a bit. Big mistake. After about 20 minutes of walking, I realized I had no idea where I was. This was before I had a smartphone, and I'd left my aunt's address in my room. I started to panic. The streets all looked the same, rows of similar houses, no landmarks I recognized. That's when it happened again. The underwater feeling hit me hard, and suddenly I remembered dreaming about this exact situation months earlier. In my dream, I'd taken a left at the corner with the blue mailbox, then a right at the house with the huge rhododendron bush, then straight past 2 blocks until I hit a main road. The thing is, in my dream, all the directions were flipped. What was left in the dream was right in reality. What was right was left, like everything was mirrored. I decided to follow the dream path, but reverse all the directions. Right at the blue mailbox, left at the rhododendron, and so on. 20 minutes later, I was back at my aunt's house. She had no idea I'd been lost. I didn't tell her about the weird dream thing. How do you even explain that to someone without sounding crazy? It happened a few more times over the next couple years, always with the underwater feeling, always with the mirrored perspective. I started to notice a pattern. I'd dream about something, forget about it, then find myself in the exact situation weeks or months later. And somehow, the dream knowledge would come flooding back, helping me navigate whatever was happening. When I started college, I had this super vivid dream about 2 specific exams. In the first one, I walked into the classroom, got my test paper, and immediately got angry. I stormed out without writing a single answer. In the second dream exam, I looked at the paper and smiled, knowing I'd ace it. 3 months into my freshman year, I walked into my Psych 101 midterm. The professor handed out the tests, and the second I saw the first question, I got that underwater feeling. It was the exact same test from my dream, but this was the one where I'd stormed out. I almost did it too, but instead I forced myself to stay. I barely passed that exam. 2 weeks later, I had my biology midterm. Same thing. I recognized the questions instantly. This was the exam I'd smiled about in my dream. I aced it, just like Dream Me knew I would. But here's the thing. The exams happened in reverse order from my dream. The one I was supposed to ace came second, not first. By this point, I was getting really curious about what was happening to me. I started researching déjà vu and precognitive dreams, but nothing I found matched my experiences. Nobody talked about the mirrored perspective or the underwater feeling. Then, about 3 years ago, something happened that changed everything. I was showing my friend Dan around my hometown. We were walking downtown, and I got that familiar underwater sensation. I immediately remembered dreaming about this exact moment. Us walking down Main Street, passing the old movie theater, then taking the downhill path by the park. For the first time, I decided to deliberately go against the dream. When we reached the fork in the path, I said, "Let's go this way," and led Dan up the hill instead of down. The second I made that choice, the underwater feeling vanished. It was like someone had popped a bubble, and not 3 seconds later, a car came tearing around the corner at the bottom of the hill, going way too fast. It skidded onto the sidewalk exactly where we would have been if we'd followed the downhill path from my dream. Dan was oblivious. He was looking at his phone and didn't even notice the car. But I stood there shaking, realizing I'd just saved both our lives by breaking the pattern. That night, I had another predictive dream, but something was different. The perspective wasn't mirrored anymore. I was seeing everything exactly as it would happen, from my own viewpoint. And I could only see from my left eye in the dream. My right eye was completely dark. When the dream came true 2 weeks later, it matched reality perfectly. No more mirror image. But the underwater feeling was stronger than ever, almost painfully so. Since then, all my déjà vu dreams have been from my correct perspective, but always with only my left eye working, and they've been coming more frequently, at least once a month now, instead of a few times a year. Last week, I was sitting in a coffee shop when it happened again. I knew the barista was going to drop a cup. She did. I knew the guy at the next table was about to get a phone call with bad news. He did, and I could see his face crumple before he even answered. I knew exactly when the door would open and who would walk in, a woman with a red coat and a small dog. But as I sat there, watching everything unfold exactly as I'd dreamed it, a terrifying thought hit me. What if, by changing what was supposed to happen that day with Dan, I somehow screwed up something fundamental? What if I was supposed to die that day? I've been thinking about it non-stop. Here's my theory, and I know it sounds insane. When I chose to go uphill instead of down, I might have split reality somehow. Maybe there's another me in another dimension who took the downhill path and got hit by that car. Maybe that's why my dreams changed from mirrored to direct view. Maybe I'm seeing through the eyes of that other me, the one who followed the predestined path, and maybe that's why I can only see through my left eye in these dreams now. Because the other me was injured in that accident. Maybe he lost his right eye. The thought keeps me up at night. Did I cheat death? Did I trap some version of myself in a parallel reality where he's paying the price for my choice? I don't know what to do with this. The déjà vu episodes are getting more intense and more frequent. Sometimes the underwater feeling lasts for hours now. Sometimes I feel like I'm not fully in control of my actions, like I'm just going through motions that were predetermined. I've thought about seeing a neurologist, but what would I say? I think I've trapped my mirror self in an alternate dimension, and now I'm getting glimpses through his one good eye. They'd put me on antipsychotics before I finished the sentence, so I'm just living with it, waiting for the next underwater moment, wondering if someday the two realities will collapse back together. Or worse, if someday I'll be pulled fully into that other world where I'm supposed to be. If anyone else has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need to understand what's happening to me before I completely lose my grip on what's real and what's not. Story 12. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me during my freshman year at Hillcrest High. I'm not someone who's into ghost stories or paranormal stuff. Honestly, I used to laugh at people who claimed they'd had experiences. But after what happened last fall, I don't laugh anymore. It was the second week of September, and I was stuck in PE swimming. I've always been a decent swimmer, nothing special, just good enough to get by without embarrassing myself. Our PE teacher, Mr. Brennan, was this middle-aged guy with a permanent whistle around his neck, who seemed perpetually annoyed with all of us. That day, he'd split us into groups to practice different drills, and my group had free swim time while he worked with others on their form. My friend Jess and I were hanging out in the deep end. The chlorine smell was strong that day, and the fluorescent lights above the pool cast this weird bluish glow on everything. I remember the ceiling had those ugly acoustic tiles with water stains from leaks, and the whole place echoed with splashing and voices. I don't know what made me decide to do it. Maybe it was boredom or just wanting to challenge myself, but I told Jess I was going to see how long I could hold my breath underwater. "That's stupid," she said, floating on her back. "You're going to come up gasping like a fish." "Just time me," I insisted. I took a few deep breaths, filling my lungs as much as possible. Then I pushed all the air out, took one final deep breath and sank to the bottom of the pool. I crossed my legs and sat there on the rough concrete floor, my hair floating around my face. Everything got quiet except for that muffled underwater sound. You know, that pressure in your ears and the distant echoes of splashing above. After about 30 seconds, I started to feel the burn in my lungs, but I was determined to last at least a minute. I closed my eyes and focused on staying calm. I could hear my heartbeat getting louder in my ears. Thump, 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 and then something else. "Please breathe." It was crystal clear, like someone had spoken directly into my ear. A child's voice, a little boy, maybe 4 or 5 years old, not muffled or distorted by the water at all. Just 2 words, spoken with such concern that I immediately opened my eyes and looked around, expecting to see someone next to me. There was nobody there. I shot up from the bottom of the pool so fast I practically leaped out of the water, gasping and looking around wildly. Jess was a few feet away and no one else was nearby. No little kids anywhere. Our high school pool wasn't open to the public during class hours, and the youngest person there was probably 14. "What happened?" Jess asked, swimming over. "You barely made it 40 seconds. Water was dripping down my face as I treaded water, still looking around. "Did you hear that? Someone talking?" "What?" "No, just people yelling and splashing around." She looked at me with concern. "Are you okay? Your face is super white." "I heard a little boy's voice underwater," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "He told me to breathe." Jess gave me that look. You know, the one people give when they think you're being weird. "It was probably just the water pressure messing with your ears, or maybe you were about to pass out from lack of oxygen and hallucinated." I knew it wasn't either of those things. The voice had been too clear, too distinct. But I also knew how crazy it sounded, so I just nodded and tried to laugh it off. "Yeah, probably just got lightheaded or something," I said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something strange had happened. We finished the class, and I tried to put it out of my mind. Just a weird experience, nothing more. By the end of the day, I had almost convinced myself that Jess was right. My oxygen-deprived brain had played a trick on me. A week later, I stayed after school for a study group in the library. It ran later than expected, and by the time we finished, most of the school was empty. My mom was picking me up, but instead of waiting at my usual spot in front of the school, I decided to wait by the gym entrance since it was closer to the library. I'd never really hung out in that area before. It was a small courtyard with a couple of benches near the gym and pool building. While I was waiting and scrolling through my phone, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a small memorial rock set in a flower bed near the walkway. Out of curiosity, I walked over to look at it. It was about the size of a football, polished granite with an engraved plaque. The name Zerky Rainey was etched into it, along with 2 dates. I took a quick photo of it and sent it to Jess with the message, "Ever notice? This memorial by the gym." I didn't think much of it until her response came a minute later. "OMG, look at the death date." I looked back at the rock, and that's when I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. The date of death was September 12th, exactly 1 week ago, the same day I'd heard that voice in the pool. My hands were shaking as I texted her back, "That can't be a coincidence." She responded immediately, "What was the year?" I looked again. The year was 1978. This memorial was for someone who had died over 40 years ago. My mom pulled up just then, honking her horn, and I practically ran to the car, glancing back at the memorial stone with goosebumps rising on my arms. That night I couldn't stop thinking about it. I opened my laptop and searched for Zerky Rainey Hillcrest. Several results came up, including a website about a book called Letters to Zerky. I clicked on it and started reading. Zerky, I learned, was a 4-year-old boy who had been killed in an accident in 1978, hit by a truck right near where the memorial stone now stood, which was by the school gym. His father had written a book of letters that he'd sent to his young son during a family trip around the world. After the boy's death, these letters became a memorial to his short life. 4 years old, a little boy, a voice that sounded like it came from a child around that age. I sat back in my chair, trying to make sense of it all. The voice I'd heard underwater had been concerned, almost protective. "Please breathe," it had said, like it was worried I might be in danger. I searched for more information about Zerky and found an old newspaper article about the accident. There was a photo of him, a smiling little boy with tousled hair and bright eyes. Something about his face made my heart ache. He looked so happy, so alive in that picture, with no idea how short his life would be. The next day at school, I went back to look at the memorial. During lunch break, standing there, I realized something that made me shiver. The spot where the memorial stone sat was almost directly above the deep end of the pool where I'd been holding my breath. The gym building had been built with the pool partially underground, and this courtyard was just outside and above it. That's when it hit me. What if Zerky's spirit was somehow still connected to the place where he died? What if he saw me holding my breath underwater, not moving, and thought I was in danger of dying like he had? A 4-year-old wouldn't understand that I was just testing myself. He might have thought I was drowning. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story a few weeks earlier, I'd have rolled my eyes so hard they might have gotten stuck. But standing there, looking at that memorial stone with the boy's name, knowing that a child's voice had spoken to me underwater, I couldn't dismiss it. I went to the local bookstore that weekend and ordered a copy of Letters to Zerky. When it arrived, I read it cover to cover. The book was heartbreaking. A father's letters to his son during their travels. Not knowing that the boy wouldn't live to grow up and read them himself, there were pictures of Zerky throughout the book, and in one of them, he was smiling at the camera with the same bright expression I'd seen in the newspaper article. It's been several months now, and I still think about that day in the pool. I've never heard the voice again, but sometimes when I swim, I get this feeling like I'm being watched over. Not in a creepy way, more like someone's making sure I'm safe. I've never told anyone except Jess about what happened. How do you explain something like this without sounding like you've lost your mind? But I know what I heard that day, and I know the impossible coincidence of the dates. I believe that somehow, across decades of time, a little boy named Zerky reached out to help me. Maybe because he didn't want someone else to die in the same place he did. Maybe because, in the innocence of a child's spirit, he saw someone in trouble and wanted to help. I don't hold my breath underwater anymore. Not because I'm afraid, but because I don't want to worry him. Sometimes, when I pass by his memorial, I whisper a thank you. I don't know if he can hear me, but I like to think he can. The strangest part of all this? I'm not scared by what happened. There's something comforting in knowing that even after death, a child's instinct to help others remained. I just wish I could tell him that I'm okay and that I'm grateful he was watching over me that day. I still can't explain it. I don't think I ever will. But I know what I heard, and I know whose voice it was, and sometimes that's enough. Story 13. I never believed in family curses. Growing up in America while maintaining ties to our Indian heritage, I always found myself caught between worlds, science and spirituality, logic and tradition. But what's been happening in my family for generations can't be explained by psychology textbooks or rational thinking. I've spent years trying to make sense of it, and now that it's finally happened to me, I feel compelled to share this. Last month, I traveled back to our ancestral village in the mountains of northern India. My grandmother was turning 80, and the entire Varma family was gathering to celebrate. I hadn't been back in almost 6 years, not since my cousin Priya's wedding. The village remains largely untouched by time, nestled between steep mountain slopes, accessible only by a winding road that seems to disappear into the clouds during monsoon season. The family home is an old stone structure built by my great-grandfather. It sits slightly apart from the village, surrounded by dense pine forests. As a kid, I loved visiting. As an adult, something about the isolation made me uneasy. I arrived a day before the celebration. The house was already buzzing with relatives, aunts cooking in the kitchen, uncles arguing about politics, kids running through hallways that seemed smaller than I remembered. My brother Vikram had arrived from Mumbai 2 days earlier. When I found him sitting alone on the veranda, I immediately noticed something was off. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had this vacant stare that wasn't like him at all. "You look like crap," I said, dropping my bags. He barely smiled. "Haven't been sleeping well." I sat beside him, thinking it was just jet lag or work stress. If only I'd known what was really happening. If only someone had warned him. That evening after dinner, the house slowly quieted as people retreated to their rooms. I was sharing a room with my cousin Divya, who I'd always been close with despite the distance. We stayed up late, catching up on each other's lives, when she suddenly became serious. "Has anyone ever told you about the dream?" she asked. "What dream?" She glanced toward the door as if making sure no one was listening. "Our family's curse." I laughed. "Come on, not you too. Dad used to try to scare me with those old stories." "It's not just stories," she said. Her voice had dropped to almost a whisper. "I've seen it happen. To Priya 3 years ago. And now I think it's happening to Vikram." The way she said it made my skin prickle. I urged her to explain, and what she told me that night still haunts me. According to Divya, for generations, members of the Varma family have experienced the same recurring nightmare. It always begins innocently enough. You're dreaming of something ordinary, something from your daily life. But then you notice a man standing in the background. He's just a shadow at first, wearing what looks like a cap or hat. You can never see his face clearly. Each night he appears closer, watching, until finally he makes his move. "What happens then?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "He chases you, and if he catches you, he chokes you." Divya's eyes were wide. "The worst part is you can't wake up. You're trapped in the dream, suffocating, unless someone physically wakes you." I wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but the look on her face stopped me. "And you think Vikram's experiencing this?" She nodded. "I heard him last night, gasping for air. When I went to his room, he was clutching at his throat in his sleep. I had to shake him awake." "Why hasn't anyone told him about this? Warned him?" I asked, suddenly angry. "That's the thing. It only happens to people who don't know about it. Once you've been told, you never experience it firsthand. It's like knowing protects you somehow." I thought about Vikram's exhausted appearance. "So what can we do?" "There's a ritual, a puja. The family performed it once, about 20 years ago. when it happened to 3 cousins in the same month. It stopped for a while, but it's back now. I remembered my parents mentioning a special puja when I was a child, but they never explained why. Why can't we just do it again? For it to work permanently, every family member has to participate. With everyone scattered across the world now, it's almost impossible to coordinate. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about Vikram, about this shadow man supposedly stalking my family through their dreams. It was absurd. Yet something about being in that old house, with the wind whistling through the pine trees outside, made even the most irrational fears seem possible. The next morning was grandmother's birthday celebration. The house transformed with colorful decorations, and relatives I hadn't seen in years arrived bearing gifts. Vikram seemed better, laughing and helping serve food. I almost convinced myself Divya's story was just that, a story. Then came nightfall. I was exhausted from the day's festivities and fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I'd been sleeping when I jolted awake. The room was pitch black, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the curtains. Something had woken me, a sound maybe. I lay still, listening. A soft whimpering came from the bed next to mine. Divya was twitching in her sleep, her breathing becoming more labored. I sat up, remembering our conversation. "Divya?" I whispered. She didn't respond, but her movements became more frantic. That's when I saw it, a darker patch of shadow at the foot of her bed. A silhouette that seemed denser than the surrounding darkness. It was shaped like a man, but with proportions that seemed slightly wrong, slightly elongated. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. When I looked again, the shadow was gone. But Divya's breathing had turned to gasping. I jumped from my bed and shook her. "Divya, wake up!" Her eyes flew open as she sucked in a desperate breath. For a moment she stared through me, terror plain on her face. Then recognition dawned and she burst into tears. "He was so close," she sobbed. "I thought he couldn't get me because I knew about him. But he was right there, reaching for my throat." I held her, my own heart hammering. "It was just a nightmare," I said, not believing it myself. "No," she insisted. "You don't understand. Something's different this time. It's getting stronger." We didn't sleep again that night. We kept the lights on and talked until sunrise, Divya recounting stories she'd heard from other family members who'd experienced the dream. According to her, my grandfather's brother had died in his sleep in 1978. The family believed he'd been caught in the dream with no one to wake him. The next day, I pulled my grandmother aside. Unlike most of the elder generation who avoided discussing the curse, she was surprisingly forthcoming. "It began with your great-great-grandfather," she explained as we sat in her room. "He was a proud man who refused to give alms to a traveling sadhu, a holy man. The sadhu cursed our bloodline before leaving. 2 nights later, my grandfather-in-law was found dead in his bed, his face frozen in terror." "Do you believe that?" I asked. She looked at me with eyes that had seen more than I could imagine. "What I believe doesn't matter. What happens, happens." That night, I couldn't stop thinking about everything I'd heard. I decided to sleep in Vikram's room, worried about his deteriorating condition. He didn't object. He seemed almost relieved not to be alone. I must have dozed off because suddenly I was dreaming about our childhood home in Chicago. I was in the backyard, tending to Mum's garden like I used to. Everything felt normal until I noticed someone standing by the fence. A man, his features indistinct, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned cap. He was just watching me. I turned away, and when I looked back, he was closer, much closer, standing now between 2 rose bushes. Though I couldn't see his face clearly, I somehow knew he was smiling. Fear gripped me. This wasn't possible. I knew about the dream. I shouldn't be experiencing it. I tried to wake myself up, pinching my arm, telling myself it wasn't real. The man took another step forward. I backed away, then turned and ran toward the house. The door seemed impossibly far away. Behind me, I heard footsteps gaining speed. The air grew thick, making each step feel like wading through mud. Just as I reached for the doorknob, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I spun around and there he was. Up close, his face was a shifting blur, like smoke underwater. But his hands were solid as they reached for my throat. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. His fingers pressed against my windpipe, cutting off my air. I clawed at his hands, but it was like trying to grab at mist that somehow had physical force. The edges of my vision darkened. I was dying in my own dream and couldn't escape. Then suddenly I was being shaken. Hard. My eyes flew open to see Vikram's terrified face above me. "You weren't breathing," he shouted. "You were making these choking sounds and your face was turning blue." I sat up, gulping air, my throat feeling bruised, though there were no marks on it. The bedroom light was on, and several family members had gathered at the doorway, awakened by Vikram's shouts. "It's not possible," I gasped. "I knew about it. I shouldn't have had the dream." My grandmother pushed through the crowd, her face grim. "The rules have changed," she said simply. "That was 3 weeks ago. Since returning to the States, I've researched similar phenomena, looking for explanations or similar accounts. I've found nothing that matches exactly what my family experiences. We're planning a family reunion next month, the first time in decades that every living Varma will be in one place. We'll perform the puja again, hoping it will end this once and for all. Until then, I'm afraid to sleep. When exhaustion finally overtakes me, I wake up minutes later, certain I've glimpsed a shadow in the corner of my room, a silhouette wearing a cap. I don't know if writing this has made things worse. Maybe by sharing this, I'm somehow strengthening whatever this thing is. Or maybe someone reading this has experienced something similar and knows how to stop it permanently. All I know is that tonight, like every night since it happened, I'll leave all the lights on. I'll set alarms to wake me every hour, and I'll hope that when I close my eyes, I don't see him waiting for me, closer than before, his hands reaching for my throat. Story 14. I've never really talked about this stuff outside my family before. Growing up in old Dublin, you get used to the weird things that happen, but I guess people from other places would find our experiences pretty hard to believe. My family's been in this part of Dublin for as long as anyone can remember. My da says we can trace our roots back to before the Vikings even showed up. Our house is on one of those narrow streets that used to be all cobblestone, but got paved over sometime in the 70s. It's funny though, even with the tarmac, at least once a month, someone on our street will mention hearing horses' hooves in the middle of the night. Not cars or anything else, but the specific clip-clop of horseshoes on stone. My neighbor Mrs. O'Malley swears she hears it every Tuesday around 3 in the morning, like clockwork. My family's always had a weird relationship with the other side of things, I guess you could say. Growing up, we just called it the old ways or the old stories, but it was all just part of life. My great-granddad used to tell us about the time he was walking home from the pub, probably a bit worse for wear, though he never admitted that part, when he saw this massive black dog following him up the lane. Said it was bigger than any dog he'd ever seen, with eyes like burning coals, proper red, not just reflecting light. He told us how he ran all the way home, up that steep lane to the old tenement where they lived back then. Even after he'd locked the door behind him, he peeked out the window and saw it sitting there at the top of the lane, just staring up at him. My da always finished that story with, "And you know what a black dog means, don't you, lads?" We did. In the old stories, a black dog with red eyes is never a good sign. It's a death omen. Great-granddad's brother died 3 days later in some kind of factory accident. My Aunt Siobhan has her own story from the early 80s. She was walking home from a dance late one night, cutting through what used to be St. Patrick's Close. She swore on her life that she saw a woman sitting on top of this wall, must have been 20 feet high at least, just combing her hair and making this awful crying sound. Not normal crying either, something that made her skin crawl. She knew right away it was the banshee. My aunt's not one for making things up, and she still gets goosebumps talking about it decades later. Her best friend's mam died that same week. Even my Uncle Pete, who married into the family and is about as skeptical as they come, proper English bloke with no time for Irish nonsense, as he calls it. Even he's had experiences. We were all out in Wicklow for a family picnic about 15 years ago, and he went for a walk on his own. Came back white as a sheet, saying he'd seen one of the little people behind a bush. Said it was dressed all in green with a little red cap, and when it noticed him looking, it vanished like it had never been there. We all had a good laugh at his expense, but he never changed his story. But the thing that really convinced me that there's more to this world than most people realize was what happened with my sister, Aoife. When my mum was pregnant with her, she got hit by a car. Not badly, but enough to send her into early labor. Aoife had health problems from the start, spent her first 3 months in hospital. The doctors said she died for almost 2 minutes during birth before they got her back. When Aoife was about 4, I caught her sitting up in bed one night, having what seemed like a full conversation with nothing, just empty air. But she was laughing and talking like she was chatting with her best friend. When I asked who she was talking to, she looked at me like I was daft and said, "Granddad, of course. Our grandfather had died 2 years before she was born." She described him perfectly, his glasses, the scar on his cheek from the war, even the way he used to fold his hands when he was telling a story. There's no way she could have known those details. After that, we all just accepted that Aoife had a connection to the other side. Mam said it was because she'd straddled the line between life and death when she was born, that she could see things the rest of us couldn't. But what happened to me and my little brother Liam when I was 12? That's what I really wanted to share. It was a Tuesday night in November, cold and wet, like only Irish winters can be. Our bedroom was on the ground floor, facing the back garden, which backed onto an old stone wall, and then a small churchyard beyond. We'd been asleep for hours when this sound woke us both up at the same time. It was coming from right outside our window, a crying sound, but not like any animal or person I'd ever heard before. It was low and guttural 1 second, then high-pitched and screeching the next. It sounded wrong, like something trying to imitate crying without really understanding what crying was. Liam was only 8 at the time. He grabbed my arm so tight I had bruises the next day. "Connor," he whispered, "what is that?" I knew exactly what it was. Dar had warned us about her years ago, the banshee. He described her as a woman with long black hair, wearing a white dress, who appears to be crying and asking for help. But he was very clear about one thing: you never ever look at her face. If you see her face, death or serious harm will come to the family. The crying got louder, more insistent. Then came a soft tapping on the glass, like fingernails. 3 taps, pause, 3 more taps. "Hello?" a woman's voice called, sounding distressed. "Can you help me? Please open the window." I could see Liam's eyes going wide in the darkness, could feel him about to respond. I clamped my hand over his mouth and shook my head frantically. The tapping came again, harder this time. "I know you're in there, boys. I just need help. Please look at me." I remember my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The curtains were drawn, but they were thin, just enough that we could see a shadow through them. A woman's silhouette standing right outside our window. She was swaying slightly, and I could see what looked like long hair blowing around her face, even though there was no wind that night. "If you don't help me," the voice said suddenly, dropping an octave, becoming almost growl-like, "I'll have to come in and find you." Liam was crying silently under my hand. I was frozen, terrified, but knowing I had to protect my little brother. I reached under the bed with my free hand and found the hurling stick I kept there. Not much protection against whatever this was, but it made me feel a tiny bit braver. The shadow pressed closer to the glass. The crying sound changed again, becoming almost like singing, but with words I couldn't understand. Not English, not even Irish, but something older, something that made my ears hurt and my head swim. Then I heard my Da's footsteps in the hallway. The bedroom door flew open, and he stood there, looking wild-eyed and disheveled. "Boys, get away from the window," he hissed, crossing the room in 2 strides and yanking us both back against the far wall. The tapping stopped immediately. The crying faded to a whisper, then silence. Da stood with his back to us, facing the window, muttering something under his breath that sounded like a prayer, but not one I'd ever heard in church. After what felt like forever, he turned back to us. "She's gone," he said, his voice hoarse. "For now." He made us sleep in my parents' room that night, Liam and me curled up at the foot of their bed like we were little kids again. The next morning, Da went out to check the garden and came back looking grim. Outside our bedroom window, right where the figure had been standing, the ground was scorched in a perfect circle about 3 feet across. The grass was burned black, and in the center was a small pile of what looked like human teeth. Da gathered them up in a handkerchief and took them to old Mrs. Kearney down the street, who everyone knew practiced the old ways. I don't know what she did with them, but that night she came to our house with a small pouch of herbs and salt that she hung over every door and window. 2 days later, we got the call that my mam's brother, my Uncle Sean, had been in a serious car accident in Galway. He survived, but barely, spent 6 months in hospital and was never quite the same afterward. Mam said later that the Banshee had been warning us, not threatening, that in the old days she was a protector of ancient Irish families like ours, not just a harbinger of death. Years passed, and I mostly convinced myself it was just some weird prank or maybe a drunk woman who'd gotten lost. But then something happened when I was 23 that made me believe again. I'd been working a brutal shift at the restaurant, 24 hours straight, because we were short-staffed. My mate Declan offered to drive me home since I was practically sleepwalking. It was about 4 in the morning, that misty time just before dawn, when the streets of Dublin feel like they're floating between worlds. We were coming down the old coast road, with the sea on one side and fields on the other, when I saw it in the headlights, a white figure standing in the middle of the road. Not a person exactly, more like a human-shaped fog, brilliant white and glowing slightly. As we got closer, I could make out what looked like a woman in a flowing dress, her hair moving around her even though there was no wind. I remember feeling strangely calm, almost peaceful. My eyes started to close. I was so tired. And I heard Declan yawn beside me. His head nodded forward, his hands slipping on the wheel. We were drifting across the center line, heading straight for the cliff edge. Something snapped me awake in that instant. Some primal survival instinct, or maybe something else. I grabbed the wheel and yanked it hard, bringing us back onto our side of the road, just as a truck roared past, blaring its horn. The rush of air as it passed was enough to wake Declan fully. "Jesus Christ," he shouted, taking the wheel back. I nearly dozed off. I looked back at the road behind us, but the white figure was gone. If I hadn't seen it, if I hadn't woken up at that exact moment, we'd have driven straight off the cliff or been hit head-on by that truck. I've thought about it a lot since then. Was it the Banshee my family had seen for generations? Maybe. But I don't think she was there to warn of death. I think she was there to prevent it. Maybe what my mam said was right, that for ancient bloodlines like ours, these spirits aren't just harbingers but guardians. Or maybe it was my mother's spirit watching over me. She'd passed away just months before, and sometimes I felt her presence. Either way, I'm certain that whatever I saw that night saved my life. I don't expect anyone to believe these stories. If I hadn't experienced them myself, I probably wouldn't either. But there are old things in this world, ancient things that remember when our ancestors made pacts and promises now long forgotten. And sometimes, on dark Irish nights when the mist rolls in from the sea, those things still come calling. Story 15. I still haven't told many people about what happened to us back in Emerald. It's been almost 7 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 15 when Mum, my stepdad Craig, my stepsister Jess and I moved to this mining town in central Queensland. Craig had gotten a good job at one of the coal mines, and the housing was cheaper than Brisbane, where we'd been living. The house seemed perfect at first, 4 bedrooms, a big backyard, and this massive entertainment room that I immediately claimed as my space. It was on the outskirts of town, where the houses were a bit more spread out. The only thing that stood out was this enormous gum tree in the back corner of our yard. It must have been hundreds of years old, with these twisted branches that seemed to reach out in all directions. I remember the day we moved in, our neighbour Mrs. Walters came over with a plate of lamingtons. She was this older lady, probably in her 70s, who'd lived in the area her whole life. While Mum and Craig were busy directing the movers, she pulled me aside. "You watch out for that old tree, love," she said, nodding toward the backyard. "The Aboriginal elders say it's a spirit tree. Used to be a meeting place long ago." I just smiled and nodded, thinking she was just being superstitious. We're not a particularly spiritual family, and I'd never given much thought to ghosts or anything like that. About 2 weeks after we moved in, Craig decided to build a shed in the backyard. He was digging the foundation when his shovel hit something hard. At first, he thought it was just a rock, but when he cleared away more dirt, he realized it was a bone, a human bone. The police came out and ended up finding parts of 2 skeletons. They told us it wasn't uncommon in older areas and that they'd take care of everything. They suggested it might be from an old unmarked cemetery that had been forgotten about when the town expanded. Craig joked about it afterward, saying we'd have to be careful where we planted the veggie garden. For the first 3 months, everything was normal. I was settling into my new school, making a few friends, and getting used to the slower pace of life in a country town. Then things started getting weird. The first incident I remember clearly was a Sunday afternoon. Mum and her brother, my Uncle Dave, were sitting on the back porch having tea when they both heard footsteps on the roof. Not just a possum or a bird, actual heavy footsteps, like someone walking back and forth. Uncle Dave grabbed a ladder and checked it out, but there was nothing up there. No animals, no loose tiles, nothing that could explain the noise. They brushed it off, but I remember the look on Mum's face when she told me about it later. She wasn't scared exactly, but definitely confused. A few days after that, our dog Rusty started acting strange. He was this big, friendly golden retriever who wasn't afraid of anything. But he started barking at that old tree constantly during the day. He'd stand at the fence line, hackles raised, just barking and growling at it for hours. Then at night, he refused to go outside at all. If we tried to take him out for a wee, he'd cower and whimper, keeping his eyes fixed on that tree the whole time. We had a housekeeper who came in twice a week, this Filipino lady named Maria, who'd been in Australia for about 20 years. About 4 months after we moved in, she started mentioning odd things happening while she cleaned. "The vacuum turns itself off," she told Mum one day, "and sometimes I hear someone whispering my name, but nobody's there." Mum assured her it was probably just the old wiring in the house or the wind coming through the windows, but Maria wasn't convinced. One day, she was cleaning the hallway bathroom when she swears all the cabinet doors flew open at once. She quit that same day, wouldn't even come back to collect her final pay. Mum had to mail it to her. By this point, Craig was getting annoyed with all the superstitious nonsense, as he called it. He's very practical and doesn't believe in anything he can't see or touch. But even he couldn't explain what happened one night in June. I was doing homework in my room when I heard a crash from the kitchen. I ran out to find Mum standing there, white as a sheet, staring at the floor where every single plate we owned was smashed to pieces. "I didn't touch them," she whispered. "They were in the cabinet, and then they just fell, all at once." Craig tried to say they must have been stacked wrong, that the cabinet was uneven, anything to make it make sense. But the cabinet doors were still closed, and there was no way those plates could have gotten out without someone or something opening them. Things escalated from there. Jess, who was 17 at the time, woke up one night screaming that someone was sitting on the end of her bed. When Craig rushed in, there was nobody there, but the impression of someone sitting was clearly visible on her blanket. The worst was the footsteps. We'd hear them at all hours, walking up and down the hallway, pacing in empty rooms, climbing the stairs at night. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my bedroom door, and I'd lie there, heart pounding, afraid to look but more afraid not to. Mum started researching the history of our house and the area around it. She discovered that back in the 70s, during some land disputes, there had been violence against the local Aboriginal people. Nothing in the official records, of course, but stories passed down by locals suggested that our neighborhood had been a dump site for bodies. That would explain the skeletons Craig found, and possibly others that were still buried around us. The neighbors on both sides had found similar remains when digging for pools or garden beds. Mrs. Walters told Mum that everyone in the area had experienced something strange at some point. Items moving, unexplained noises, shadows where there shouldn't be any. Most people just didn't talk about it. By this point, we'd been in the house for about 7 months, and things were getting unbearable. Rusty refused to be alone in any room and would howl if we tried to leave him at home. Jess had moved her mattress into Mum and Craig's room because she was too scared to sleep alone. I was the only one who hadn't seen anything directly, although I'd heard plenty. Then came the night of the chains. It was a Tuesday, around 11 at night. I remember because I had a math test the next day and was still studying. Everyone else had gone to bed. The house was completely quiet, except for the occasional creak of the old floorboards. I first thought it was Rusty's collar jingling, but then I realized he was asleep under my desk. That's when I really listened and realized what I was hearing, the unmistakable sound of heavy chains being dragged slowly across the concrete pathway that led from our front gate to the door. Clink, scrape, clink, scrape. It was deliberate, unhurried, like whoever or whatever was dragging them knew exactly where they were going and had all the time in the world to get there. I was frozen, textbook still open in front of me, when I heard Mum's bedroom door open. Craig's voice called out, "Who's there?" Then his heavy footsteps going down the stairs. I crept to my window, which overlooked the front yard, and peeked through the blinds. Craig was standing on the porch, flashlight in hand, scanning the yard. The motion sensor lights had come on, illuminating the whole front area. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, nothing that could have made that sound. But the sound continued. Clink, scrape, clink, scrape, now seeming to circle the house. Mum called the police, who sent a car around. By the time they arrived, the noise had stopped, and like everything else, they found no explanation. One of the officers, an older guy who'd grown up in the area, looked uncomfortable when Mum mentioned the history of the land. He just said, "Some things are better left alone, Mom," and left it at that. The next day, Craig called a real estate agent. We were moving out, supernatural or not. He couldn't handle the stress it was putting on everyone. The agent wasn't surprised and admitted the house had been hard to sell before we bought it, though she couldn't legally tell us why. We had to wait for the house to sell before we could move, which ended up taking another 3 weeks. During that time, we tried to spend as little time there as possible. Mum, Craig and Jess would stay with friends whenever they could, but I had my final exams coming up and needed to study, so I often stayed behind with Rusty for company. The night before we were set to move out, everyone else was staying at Uncle Dave's place in the next town over. I'd planned to go to a friend's house, but changed my mind at the last minute because I wanted to use our entertainment room one last time. It had this massive projector screen and surround sound that Craig had installed, and I wanted to watch a movie on it before we left. I fell asleep during the film, with Rusty curled up beside me on the couch. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Rusty growling, a low, dangerous sound I'd never heard him make before. The movie had ended, and the room was dark except for the blue standby light from the projector. Rusty was staring up at the corner of the room, where the ceiling met the walls. His body was rigid, hackles raised, but he seemed too afraid to bark. I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn to ice. There, in the corner of the ceiling, was a shadow. Not just darkness, but a shadow in the shape of a woman. She was clinging to the corner in a way that wasn't physically possible, her body contorted at impossible angles. Her hair was long and black, hanging down toward the floor even though she was upside down. But it was her eyes that made me unable to breathe. They were bright red, glowing in the darkness, and they were looking directly at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just sat there staring back at her, feeling like I was going to pass out from fear. Then Rusty let out a yelp and bolted from the room, and that broke whatever spell was holding me in place. I ran out of there so fast I tripped over the coffee table, scrambling on all fours until I made it to the hallway. I grabbed Rusty from where he was cowering under the dining table, and we spent the rest of the night locked in my bedroom with every light turned on. I never went back into that entertainment room again. The next day, when everyone came back to help with the final moving, I made excuses about why I couldn't go in there to pack up the electronics. Craig thought I was being lazy, but Mum saw something in my face and did it for me without asking questions. We were out of the house by sunset that day, leaving behind some furniture and appliances that we couldn't fit in the moving truck. Craig said we'd come back for them, but we never did. I heard later that the new owners complained about the house being haunted and moved out after just 2 months. To this day, I don't know what that thing in the corner was or why it waited until our last night to show itself to me. Sometimes I still dream about those red eyes watching me from the darkness, and I wake up feeling like I'm being watched. I've looked into the history of the area more since then, and there are stories about spirits associated with that old tree, guardians of the land who never forgave what was done there. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, even now. But I know what I saw that night, and I know it wasn't human. Whatever it was, it's still there, waiting in that house near the ancient tree. Story 16. I've been wrestling with whether to post this for a long time. My brother Ethan and I never talk about this with anyone outside our immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. This started when I was 7 years old. We lived in Pinecrest back then, just your average suburban neighborhood with cookie-cutter houses and perfectly trimmed lawns. Nothing special or strange about it. Our house was a 2-story with 4 bedrooms, built in the 80s like most homes in the area. My dad was already working as an engineer, and my mom stayed home with us. Ethan was 9 at the time, and we shared the upstairs space. Our bedrooms were across the hall from each other. I remember that night with such clarity, it makes my skin crawl even now, 22 years later. It was the middle of summer, probably around 2 in the morning. I woke up absolutely parched, the kind of thirst where your tongue feels like sandpaper. Our parents had this rule about not keeping water bottles in our rooms because Ethan had once spilled one all over his electronics, so I had to go downstairs to the kitchen. The house was dead silent, except for the hum of the air conditioner. I remember how the wooden steps creaked under my feet as I made my way down in the dark. I didn't turn on any lights because I didn't want to wake anyone up. Plus, I knew the way by heart. 7 steps down, landing, turn right, 7 more steps to the bottom. As I reached the landing and started to make the turn, that's when I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs stood what I can only describe as a man, but not really a man at all. It was tall, much taller than my dad, who's 6 feet, and completely black. Not like African American black, but shadow black, like a void in the shape of a person. It had no features that I could make out. No eyes, no mouth, no clothes, nothing. Just this dense darkness in the perfect silhouette of a very tall, slim man. The thing that still haunts me is how it wasn't moving at all. It was just standing there, perfectly still, watching me. I know it was watching me even though it had no eyes. I could feel it. I didn't scream. I didn't run. My body just shut down. My legs gave out and everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up in my bed the following morning. The sun was streaming through my window. My mom was calling us down for breakfast, and everything seemed normal. I was absolutely convinced it had been a nightmare, just some weird kid dream. I didn't even mention it to anyone. Life went on normally for a few months after that. Then we moved to a new house about 2 hours away because of Dad's job. The new place was bigger, in a nice cul-de-sac with fewer neighbors. I had almost forgotten about the shadow man by then, until one night, about 3 months after we moved, when I woke up and saw it again. This time it was standing in the corner of my bedroom, that same featureless silhouette. I pulled my covers over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, praying for morning to come. When I finally got the courage to peek out again, it was gone. This pattern continued throughout my teen years. I'd go months without seeing it. Then suddenly, there it would be, outside my window, at the foot of my bed, in the hallway. Always still, always watching. I tried telling my parents once when I was 12, but they brushed it off as nightmares or an overactive imagination. After that, I just kept it to myself. What was the point? They couldn't see it, and I sounded crazy. I threw myself into science and math as I got older. I needed the logic, the concrete explanations for things. I followed in my dad's footsteps and studied engineering in college, as did Ethan. We both graduated with honors and landed jobs at respected firms. I thought I'd outgrown the shadow man, chalked it up to childhood fears and sleep paralysis. The visits had become less frequent by then, maybe once or twice a year. Then came the night that changed everything. Ethan and I were both home for Christmas 3 years ago. Our parents had gone to bed early, and we stayed up in the living room having beers and catching up. We'd both been so busy with work that we hardly saw each other despite living in the same city. After a few drinks, the conversation turned to childhood memories. "Remember that creepy basement in the Pinecrest house?" Ethan asked, taking a swig of his beer. "Yeah, Mom always said it was full of spiders," I laughed. "That wasn't why I hated going down there," he said, his voice suddenly serious. "It was because of that thing I saw at the bottom of the stairs one night." My blood ran cold. "What thing?" Ethan stared into his bottle for a moment. "You're gonna think I'm nuts, but when I was a kid, I saw this, this shadow person. It was standing at the bottom of the stairs one night when I went to get water. I couldn't breathe. My hands started trembling so badly I had to set my beer down. It was like a man, but not really," he continued, not noticing my reaction. "Just this black silhouette with no face, no features at all, just darkness. I ran back up to my room and never told anyone. I figured it was just my imagination." "Ethan," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I saw it too." His head snapped up. "What?" "The shadow man, at the bottom of the stairs in Pinecrest. I was 7. My mouth was so dry I could barely get the words out. I fainted and somehow woke up in my bed the next morning. The color drained from Ethan's face. "That's impossible. You never said anything." "Neither did you," I countered. We sat in stunned silence for a full minute before he spoke again. Did you ever see it again after we moved?" I nodded slowly. "Many times. In my room at night, outside my window. Always just standing there, watching." Ethan set his beer down with a shaky hand. In the cul-de-sac. I saw it standing in the middle of the cul-de-sac at least a dozen times growing up. I thought I was losing my mind. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. "Why didn't you tell me?" He shot back. Then he dropped another bombshell. "Dad saw it too, you know." "What? How do you know that?" "Remember all those times Dad would grab his baseball bat and run outside in the middle of the night? Mom would say he heard a noise, but that wasn't it. He told me once when I was in high school. He said he kept seeing someone standing in our yard at night. He thought it was a prowler or something. He'd run out there with his bat ready to swing, but there was never anyone there." I remembered those nights. The sound of Dad charging down the stairs, Mom telling us to stay in our rooms. It had happened at least 5 or 6 times over the years. "Do you think he saw the same thing we did?" I asked. "I don't know. He never described it exactly, just said he saw someone out there, but I bet it was the Shadow Man." We stayed up until dawn that night, comparing notes on our experiences. The similarities were undeniable. The height, the complete absence of features, the stillness. We'd both felt the same inexplicable dread in its presence. For 2 engineers who built our lives on logic and measurable facts, this shared experience shook us to our core. We couldn't explain it away as imagination or coincidence anymore. Whatever this thing was, it had followed our family from house to house, manifesting in identical ways to both of us over 2 decades. Since that night, Ethan and I have done research, looking into shadow people phenomena, sleep paralysis, shared hallucinations, anything that might explain what we experienced. Nothing quite fits. Most explanations feel like forced rationalizations that don't account for the consistency of our encounters or the fact that 3 different people in the same family saw the same entity. The last time I saw the Shadow Man was 6 months ago. I woke up at 3 in the morning to find it standing at the foot of my bed. I'm 31 years old now, living alone in my own house 50 miles from where I grew up, but it still found me. I didn't feel the same terror I did as a child, just a cold resignation. I stared at it for what felt like hours before falling back asleep. When I woke up, it was gone. Ethan saw it 2 weeks later in his apartment parking lot. We still don't talk about it with anyone else. Who would believe us? 2 grown men, engineers with advanced degrees, claiming to be haunted by some featureless shadow entity since childhood? We'd sound insane. Sometimes I wonder if we are. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know my brother experienced the exact same thing independently for years before we ever discussed it. Whatever this Shadow Man is, it's real enough to have affected 3 members of my family across decades and multiple locations. And I have no idea why it chose us or what it wants. I just know it's still out there, still watching, still following. And I have a feeling it always will be. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. That's important to get out of the way first. I was always the practical one in my friend group, the guy who'd roll his eyes at ghost stories and find the logical explanation for every bump in the night. Physics major, devoted skeptic. That was me, until last year. I had just started my 2nd year at Northern Michigan University, and housing costs were killing me. My first-year dorm was way too expensive, and living off campus meant either paying ridiculous rent or commuting from miles away. When I found the basement apartment listing, it seemed like a miracle. $400 a month, utilities included, just a 15-minute walk from campus. The catch? It was technically an unfinished basement in a family home, and the owners still stored some of their stuff down there. When I went to check it out, Mrs. Keller, the homeowner, seemed nice enough. Mid-50s, kind smile, showed me around the space. It wasn't fancy by any means. Concrete floors with a few area rugs, exposed beams and pipes in the ceiling, and a small bathroom that had been added in one corner. There was a separate entrance from the side of the house, which was good. The bedroom was just a corner partitioned off with some IKEA shelving units, and about a quarter of the basement was cordoned off with a curtain. "That's where we keep some storage," she explained. "We don't come down here much," she assured me. "Maybe once a month to grab something from storage. You'll have your privacy." I took it. At that price, how could I not? Moving in was quick. I didn't own much beyond my clothes, laptop and books. The first few weeks were totally normal. I'd go to class, come back to study, cook simple meals on the hot plate they'd provided and sleep. The Kellers were quiet upstairs, just occasional footsteps and muffled conversations. I barely noticed the storage area. It was just boxes and old furniture behind that curtain. Then October came, and things changed. The first thing I noticed was that I started keeping lights on at night. I've never been afraid of the dark, never needed a nightlight as a kid or anything. But I found myself leaving the bathroom light on just in case. In case of what? I couldn't have told you then. It started small. I'd be lying in bed, scrolling on my phone before sleep, and I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Just a shadow shifting between the ceiling beams. When I'd look directly at it, nothing. Just the normal play of light and shadow from my lamp. But the moment my focus returned to my phone, there it was again. Movement. A darkness that seemed to flow rather than just sit there. I started sleeping with my bedside lamp on. Told myself it was because I was falling asleep while reading. The dreams began about a week later. The first one wasn't too bad. I was in an unfamiliar house, walking through rooms I didn't recognize. Nothing scary, just exploring. But I had a feeling of being followed. When I turned around, I'd catch a glimpse of something, someone, ducking behind a doorway. I woke up feeling uneasy, but dismissed it. The next night, the dream returned, but this time I saw her more clearly. A woman with long, dark hair that hung in front of her face. She was following me through the house, always staying just far enough behind that I couldn't make out her features. I woke up with my heart racing. The third night, she chased me. I was running through that same strange house, and I could hear her bare feet slapping against the hardwood floors behind me. Her breathing was ragged, almost like sobbing. I ran until I reached a dead end, a bedroom with no other exits. When I turned around, she was in the doorway, her face still hidden behind that curtain of black hair. She took a step toward me, reaching out, and I woke up gasping. These dreams continued every night for a week. Always the same house, always the same woman, always ending with me cornered and her reaching for me. I'd wake up just before she touched me, drenched in sweat despite the basement's constant chill. During the day, the shadow movements became more noticeable. No longer just at night, no longer just in my peripheral vision. I'd be sitting at my desk, working on calculus problems, and a darkness would slide across the wall opposite me. When I looked up, nothing. But it was happening several times a day now. I started spending less time in the apartment. I'd study at the library until closing, grab dinner on campus, and come back only to sleep. But the dreams followed me regardless of how tired I was or how late I went to bed. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in late October. I'd had an exam that day and was mentally exhausted. I fell asleep almost immediately after getting into bed around 11 o'clock. The dream started as usual, the strange house, the feeling of being followed, but this time everything felt more vivid. I could smell dust and something else, a sweet, rotting scent like old flowers in stagnant water. The house seemed more detailed. I noticed picture frames on the walls, though the photos themselves were blurry. There was a clock ticking somewhere, and the woman, she wasn't being stealthy anymore. She was walking normally behind me, her footsteps deliberate. When I started running, she ran too. I could hear her breathing, not ragged this time, but determined. I ran into that same bedroom at the end of the hall, but this time when I turned around, she was right there. Her hair parted slightly, and I saw one eye, dark, tear-filled and intense with purpose. Her hand reached for my throat, and for the first time I didn't wake up at her touch. I felt cold fingers close around my neck, squeezing with surprising strength. I woke up choking and gasping. My bedside lamp was off, though I was sure I'd left it on. The room was pitch black except for a faint light coming from under the bathroom door. As I struggled to catch my breath, I became aware of something in the room with me. Not a sound, not a sight, but a presence, a heaviness in the air like the pressure before a thunderstorm. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing unusual, but the feeling remained. I wasn't alone. My eyes were drawn to the storage area. The curtain dividing it from my living space was moving slightly, as if disturbed by a draft. Except there was no draft in the basement. No windows were open, no vents nearby. I sat frozen, watching that curtain, my phone's flashlight trained on it. The movement stopped. Then, slowly, deliberately it moved again, not like it was being blown by air, but like someone was running their hand along it from the other side. I don't remember deciding to move. One moment I was in bed, the next I was scrambling across the room, fumbling with the light switches. Every light I could reach I turned on, flooding the basement with harsh fluorescent brightness. The curtain was still now. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, lights blazing, until morning came and I heard the Kellers moving around upstairs. I waited until I heard Mr. Keller leave for work, then went upstairs to talk to Mrs. Keller. I'd never gone up there before. They'd been clear that my rental was the basement only, but I was desperate. She looked surprised to see me, but invited me in for coffee. I must have looked terrible. Pale, dark circles under my eyes. I didn't know how to start, so I just asked directly, "Has anyone ever experienced anything strange in the basement?" She paused, cup halfway to her lips, set it down slowly. "What kind of strange are we talking about?" I hesitated, then told her everything, the shadows, the dreams, the feeling of being watched. As I spoke, her expression shifted from concern to something like resignation. "You're not the first," she finally said. "We've had 2 other renters before you. Neither stayed more than 4 months. She got up and went to a drawer, pulled out a photograph and handed it to me. It showed a young woman with long dark hair, smiling beside a younger version of Mrs. Keller. "This was my sister Beth and me, about 20 years ago," she said. "Beth was engaged to a man named David. They were going to get married in the spring." She took the photo back, looking at it sadly. "David had some problems, depression mainly. He had took his own life that winter. Beth never really recovered. She moved away, but I kept some of David's things she couldn't bear to take, but couldn't bear to throw away either." I felt cold all over. "Where are those things now?" "In the storage area in the basement, behind the curtain." I moved out that day, threw everything I owned into my car, and found a couch to crash on at a friend's place until I could find new housing. Mrs. Keller didn't even ask for the rent back, just nodded like she'd been expecting it and helped me carry my boxes up the stairs. The dreams stopped immediately. The very first night away from that basement, I slept deeply and dreamlessly. No strange house, no dark-haired woman, nothing. It's been almost a year now. I'm in a small studio apartment that costs way more than I want to pay, but it's worth every penny. I still think about that basement sometimes, about what was happening there. Was it really the ghost of Mrs. Keller's sister's fiancé, or something else attached to his possessions? I don't know, but I do know that I no longer scoff at ghost stories, and I always check what's being stored in a place before I agree to live there. Story 18. I've been wanting to share this for so long, but I've always worried people would think I'm crazy. This happened back in 1995 in Guadalajara, where I grew up. I was 13 at the time, and to this day, I still can't explain what happened. It was a Saturday afternoon in July, super hot and humid like it always gets in Guadalajara during summer. My parents had gone to visit my aunt who lived across town, so it was just me and my best friend Miguel hanging out at my house. We were playing Super Nintendo in the living room. sitting on the floor with our backs against the couch. We had this perfect setup where we could see the TV and also had a clear view of the front door and the staircase that led upstairs. We'd been playing Street Fighter for hours, and I was absolutely destroying Miguel. He kept getting frustrated and demanding rematches, which was fine by me since I kept winning. The living room had these big windows that let in a lot of light, so even though it was getting late, around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, we could still see everything clearly. My 15-year-old brother Daniel was supposed to be at soccer practice. He usually got home around 6, always in a bad mood if his team lost. That day, we heard him come home earlier than expected. The front door suddenly flew open, and I mean flew open, like someone had kicked it. It slammed against the wall with this loud bang that made both of us jump. Daniel stormed in, face all red and sweaty. He looked pissed off, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't make out. He didn't even look at us as he rushed past and thundered up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. "What's his problem?" Miguel asked, not taking his eyes off the screen. I shrugged. Probably lost the game again. Here's where things get weird. The door was still wide open. Daniel never closed it. It was kind of annoying because my mom always yelled at us about letting the cool air out. So I paused the game and got up to close it. I walked to the doorway and was about to push it shut when I decided to call up to Daniel. "Hey, did you lose again or what?" I yelled up the stairs. I waited but got no response. Typical Daniel, ignoring me when he was in one of his moods. I stood there in the doorway for maybe 20 or 30 seconds, halfway turned toward the stairs, still calling up to him. "Come on, don't be such a baby, it's just a game." And then it happened. The front door, the same door that was already open, the door I was standing right in front of, suddenly swung open again with the same violent force as before. It slammed into my back, pushing me forward. I stumbled and almost fell over as Daniel, yes, Daniel again, rushed past me, shoving me with his shoulder. "Move it, wuss," he snapped, then ran up the stairs just like before, taking them 2 at a time, muttering under his breath. I froze. I literally couldn't move. My brain just couldn't process what had happened. I slowly turned to look at Miguel, and the expression on his face told me he'd seen it too. His controller had fallen from his hands. His eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open. He was staring at me, then at the stairs, then back at me. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. "Didn't Daniel just go upstairs like a minute ago?" My skin went cold despite the summer heat. "You saw it too?" I asked, my voice shaking. Miguel nodded slowly. "He came in, ignored us, and went upstairs. Then you got up to close the door, and while you were standing there, he came in again and pushed past you." We both just stood there, staring at each other. The game music was still playing in the background, this cheerful tune that felt completely out of place with the freaky thing we'd just witnessed. "Let's go upstairs," I finally said, trying to sound braver than I felt. Maybe it's Daniel playing a prank or something. But deep down, I knew this wasn't a prank. How could it be? Unless Daniel had a twin I didn't know about, there was no way he could enter the house twice within the span of a minute without ever leaving. We climbed the stairs slowly, Miguel staying close behind me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When we reached Daniel's room, the door was closed. I knocked, trying to keep my hand from shaking. "What?" Daniel called from inside, sounding annoyed. I pushed the door open. Daniel was lying on his bed, still in his soccer uniform, flipping through a magazine. He looked up at us with that irritated big brother expression. "What do you want?" he asked. "How did you do that?" I demanded, trying to sound confident even though my voice cracked. "Do what?" He looked genuinely confused. "You just came into the house twice," Miguel said, "like literally 1 minute apart. Same clothes, same everything." Daniel stared at us like we were insane. "What are you talking about? I just got home from practice." "Yeah, but you came in twice," I insisted. "The first time you left the door open, so I went to close it. Then while I was standing there, you came in again. and pushed past me. Daniel rolled his eyes. "You guys have been playing those stupid games too long. I came home once just now, and yeah, I might have pushed past you because you were standing in the doorway like an idiot." But there was something in his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty, maybe even fear, that made me think he wasn't telling us everything. We went back downstairs, and Miguel and I tried to figure out what had happened. We went through it step by step, over and over. First, Daniel came in and left the door open. Then I got up to close it and stood in the doorway. Then, somehow, the already open door opened again, and Daniel came through a second time. It was impossible, physically impossible, but we both saw it. We tried to reconstruct it to see if maybe there was some logical explanation. Could Daniel have somehow run out the back door and around the house? No, there wasn't enough time. Could it have been someone else who looked like him? No, it was definitely Daniel. Same soccer uniform, same voice, same everything. The more we talked about it, the more freaked out we got. Miguel kept looking at his watch, making excuses about needing to get home soon. I didn't blame him. I didn't want to be in that house either, but I had nowhere else to go. We eventually went back to playing video games, but neither of us was really into it anymore. We kept glancing at the door, at the stairs, jumping at every little sound. When my parents finally got home around 8, Miguel practically ran out the door, promising to call me later. He did call that night, and we talked for hours about what we'd seen. We couldn't make sense of it, no matter how we looked at it. It was like a glitch in reality, like for a brief moment, time folded in on itself. The weirdest part is that this wasn't the first strange thing I'd experienced in that house. I'd never told anyone about the other stuff because I didn't think anyone would believe me. But after what happened with Daniel, I finally told Miguel everything. There were the shadows I sometimes saw moving in the hallway when no one was there. The TV that would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. The time I heard someone call my name clearly when I was home alone. But these were all things I could almost convince myself were just my imagination. What happened with Daniel was different. It was solid, undeniable, and Miguel had witnessed it too. I asked my parents if anything strange had ever happened in the house before we moved in. My mum just laughed it off, but my dad got this serious look on his face and changed the subject really quickly. I never brought it up again. Daniel never admitted to anything weird happening that day. Whenever Miguel and I tried to talk to him about it, he'd get angry and tell us to stop making stuff up. But sometimes I'd catch him staring at the front door with this worried expression, like he was afraid of what might come through it. We moved out of that house about a year later. My dad got a job in a different part of the city, and we had to relocate. I was more relieved than sad to leave. Miguel came over to help with the packing, and as we were carrying boxes to the moving truck, he stopped suddenly in the doorway. "Do you think it could happen again?" he asked quietly. "Like, could there be two of you walking through this door at the same time?" I didn't answer. I'd thought about it too, way more than I wanted to admit. What if that wasn't the only glitch? What if there were others we just hadn't noticed? It's been over 25 years now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that day. I've read about quantum physics, parallel universes, time slips, all that weird science stuff people talk about online, trying to make sense of it. Some theories suggest that reality isn't as fixed as we think it is, that sometimes the boundaries between different timelines can blur. But no scientific theory can take away the chill I feel when I remember standing in that doorway and feeling it hit my back, seeing my brother walk past me when he was already upstairs. It was real. It happened. And Miguel and I were the only ones who saw it. I don't live in Guadalajara anymore. I moved away for college and never went back except to visit family. I sometimes wonder if the new owners of our old house have experienced anything strange. Part of me wants to go back, to stand in that doorway again and see if I can figure out what happened. But a bigger part of me is terrified of what I might find. All I know is that for a brief moment on that hot summer afternoon in 1995, something impossible happened. My brother entered our house twice, through the same door, without ever leaving, and I've never been able to explain it. Story 19. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me when I was 8 years old. It's been over 20 years, and I've tried countless times to rationalize it or convince myself it was just my imagination, but I can't. What I experienced that night in Serbia was real, and it's haunted me ever since. For context, I'm Danish, but my parents are originally from Macedonia. Back in the early 2000s, we were on one of our regular summer road trips to visit family in Macedonia. My parents always preferred driving instead of flying, something about enjoying the journey and saving money. I was 8, my brother was 12, and we were packed into our old Opel Astra for the long drive from Denmark through Germany, Austria, Hungary, and eventually into the Balkans. The incident happened during our overnight stop in Subotica, a city in northern Serbia, right by the Hungarian border. We'd been driving for almost 14 hours that day, and everyone was exhausted. My dad found this small motel just off the highway, nothing fancy, just a basic place to crash for the night before continuing our journey the next morning. I remember the motel clearly. It had this faded yellow exterior with peeling paint and a flickering neon sign. The lobby smelled like cigarettes and strong coffee. The old guy at the reception barely spoke English, but somehow my dad managed to book 2 rooms, one for him and my brother, and one for me and my mum. Our room was at the end of a dimly lit hallway on the 2nd floor. The carpet was this weird brownish color that had probably been red decades ago. The door creaked when we opened it, and inside it wasn't much better. 2 single beds with thin mattresses, faded floral wallpaper that was peeling at the corners, and this ancient TV that looked like it was from the 80s. There was a small bathroom with yellowish tiles and a shower that dripped constantly. What I remember most vividly was the furniture. Opposite the beds was this old wooden dresser with a large mirror attached to it. Next to it stood a tall wardrobe that looked like it had seen better days. Both pieces were dark wood, almost black, with these ornate carvings that seemed out of place in such a basic motel room. After a quick dinner at a nearby restaurant, we all went to bed early since we had another long day of driving ahead. My mom took a shower, then I did, and by 9:30 we were both in our separate beds. She fell asleep almost instantly. I could hear her soft snoring within minutes, but I couldn't sleep. I've always been an anxious kid with an overactive imagination. I was afraid of the dark, afraid of strange places, afraid of pretty much everything at that age. My parents constantly told me to man up whenever I expressed these fears, so I'd gotten good at hiding them, but they were still there. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the motel, someone walking down the hallway, a door slamming shut, the constant drip from our bathroom faucet, cars occasionally passing on the nearby highway, my mum's rhythmic breathing. It must have been around 11 when I heard the first strange sound, a creak from across the room near the door. I froze, my heart immediately racing. I told myself it was just the building settling, something my dad always said when I got scared of noises at night. But then it happened again, louder this time, and I realized it was coming from the dresser with the mirror. I turned my head slightly, just enough to see the dresser without moving my body. The room was dark, but there was enough light coming through the thin curtains from the parking lot outside that I could make out the shapes of the furniture. As I watched, one of the small drawers in the dresser moved slightly, making that creaking sound again. I held my breath, telling myself it was nothing, just an old piece of furniture, maybe the wood expanding or contracting because of the temperature. Then the drawer moved again, more deliberately this time, with a distinct cracking noise that was impossible to ignore. I wanted to wake my mom, to tell her something was wrong, but I was paralyzed with fear. And Honestly, I was also afraid she'd just tell me I was being silly and to go back to sleep. What happened next is the part I've replayed in my mind thousands of times over the years, the part that still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. As I stared at the mirror trying to control my breathing, I noticed something strange happening on its surface. It wasn't a reflection. It was inside the mirror itself. A grey, smoke-like silhouette began to form on the left side of the mirror. It wasn't solid, more like a dark mist or shadow, but it had a vaguely human shape. The silhouette moved slowly from left to right across the mirror. Not like it was walking, more like it was gliding. The movement was smooth, deliberate, and completely silent. I couldn't make out any features, no face, no limbs, just this dark, smoky form moving through the mirror as if the glass was a window or a doorway to somewhere else. I wanted to scream, to hide under the covers, to run from the room, but I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've experienced that later in life and know the difference. This was pure, primal fear freezing me in place. The silhouette took about 10 seconds to cross from one side of the mirror to the other, and then it was gone. I stared at the empty mirror, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode from my chest. For a moment, there was complete silence in the room. Even the dripping faucet seemed to have stopped. Then, without warning, the wardrobe next to the mirror made a violent sound. Bang! Like someone had punched it from inside with incredible force. The entire piece of furniture shook, and I swear I saw it move an inch away from the wall. That should have been the moment I screamed, woke my mom, or did something, anything. But instead, I just lay there, completely frozen, staring at the wardrobe and mirror, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The room went quiet again, except for my mom's continued snoring, completely, undisturbed by what had just happened. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed perfectly still, eyes fixed on that mirror and wardrobe, until the first light of dawn started to filter through the curtains. Only then did I finally feel safe enough to close my eyes, and I must have drifted off from sheer exhaustion. When my mum woke me a couple of hours later, I was too ashamed and confused to tell her what happened. My parents had always been dismissive of anything supernatural. "Ghosts aren't real," my dad would say firmly whenever the topic came up. "Only babies believe in monsters." So I kept quiet as we packed up and continued our journey. I tried to forget about it as we continued our vacation, but I couldn't. Every night for the rest of that trip, I'd lie awake for hours, afraid to see another shadow figure in a mirror. I started avoiding looking at mirrors at night, a habit I still haven't completely shaken. It wasn't until I was 17 that I finally told my mom about what happened that night in Serbia. We were having one of those rare heart-to-heart conversations, and somehow the topic of childhood fears came up. When I described what I'd seen, she looked concerned, but not in the way I expected. She suggested that I'd probably had a nightmare, or that my memory had mixed up reality with imagination over the years. "You were always such an anxious child," she said, patting my hand. "You probably just had a bad dream, and now you remember it as if it really happened." I told my brother about it too, hoping he might have experienced something similar in his room that night. He believed that I believed it happened, if that makes sense, but suggested it was probably just my imagination combined with being in a strange place. "You were always scared of everything back then," he reminded me. For years, I tried to accept their explanations. Maybe it was just a vivid dream. Maybe it was my imagination running wild in an unfamiliar, creepy motel room. Maybe the drawer really did creak because of temperature changes, and I invented the rest. Then, in my early 20s, I experienced actual sleep paralysis for the first time. I woke up unable to move, with that distinctive crushing weight on my chest, and the absolute certainty that something malevolent was in the room with me. It was terrifying, but it was also completely different from what happened in Serbia. The sleep paralysis episode had that dreamlike quality to it, that sense of unreality that you recognize once it's over. What I saw in that mirror had none of that. It felt as real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. The silhouette moving through the mirror, the violent bang from the wardrobe. Those things happened in the physical world, not in my head. I've read about shadow people, about spirits, about all kinds of paranormal phenomena trying to make sense of what I saw. Nothing quite matches my experience. Most accounts of shadow people describe them as being in the room, not moving through mirrors like mine did. I'm 30 now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I still get uncomfortable in hotel rooms with large mirrors. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and find myself staring at my bedroom mirror, half expecting to see that smoky silhouette gliding across it. I don't know what I saw in that Serbian motel room all those years ago. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it happened, and not a day goes by that I don't think about it and wonder what would have happened if that shadow had emerged from the mirror instead of just passing through it. Story 20. I still can't believe we lasted 3 years in that house. 3 whole years. My name's Mia, I'm 33, and I've never been someone who believed in the paranormal. I was always the one rolling my eyes at ghost stories, you know? But what happened in Oak Ridge changed everything for me. It started when my fiancé Ryan, the biggest skeptic you'll ever meet, our friend Kyle, and I found this weirdly structured house for rent. The price was surprisingly good for the size, which should have been our first red flag. The layout was bizarre, technically 2 stories, but it was split into 4 different levels. The basement was fully finished, and Kyle immediately claimed it as his space. Moving day was exhausting. By evening, I was alone in the master suite unpacking our clothes while Ryan and Kyle were hauling furniture. I was hanging up my shirts when it happened. The air suddenly felt different, heavier somehow. Then I heard it, a loud whisper directly in my ear, so close I could almost feel breath. I spun around, but nobody was there. I told myself I was just tired, that my brain was playing tricks after a long day of moving boxes. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Our dogs noticed it before we did. We have 2 labs, Ben and Jerry. Yeah, I know, but we love ice cream. They're normally the friendliest, most laid-back dogs ever. Within days of moving in, they started acting weird. They'd stand at the entrance to our master bathroom, growling at absolutely nothing. Their hackles would rise, and they'd just stare. The bathroom had this massive window without any covering, and at night, it felt like someone was watching us through it, even though it faced the backyard where nobody could possibly be standing. The basement became my personal nightmare. We had the washer and dryer down there, and I started dreading laundry day. Every single time I went down alone, the laundry room door would close behind me. Not slam, just close slowly and deliberately. I tested it repeatedly. It stayed open fine when Ryan or Kyle were with me. The moment I was alone, it would shut. I started propping it open with a brick, but somehow the brick would move. About 3 weeks after moving in, I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I woke up in the middle of the night completely frozen. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even scream. I felt this overwhelming pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The worst part was feeling like something was in the room, watching me, enjoying my terror. I laid there for what felt like hours before I could finally move again. That same night, Ryan burst into our bedroom, white as a sheet. He asked if I'd been in his office. When I told him I'd been in bed the whole time, he looked genuinely terrified. He said he'd been working late when he saw someone enter his office in the reflection of his computer screen. He turned around and saw nothing, but then his chair was violently yanked backward. Ryan, the ultimate skeptic, was shaking while telling me this. The strange occurrences kept escalating. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Tapping in the walls became a regular thing, especially at night. Sometimes it sounded like someone was walking around in our attic, but the access was sealed shut. We checked. Our dogs refused to go into certain areas of the backyard, especially this one corner where nothing would grow, no matter what we planted. The upstairs hallway became a no-go zone after dark. I can't explain why, but all three of us independently developed this feeling that we shouldn't walk down that hallway at night. It was completely irrational, but the feeling was so strong that we'd hold our breath and run if we needed to get to the other side. Kyle started sleeping on the couch because he was too afraid to go to his room in the basement after sunset. About 6 months in, things got worse. Objects would move when no one was looking. Not dramatically like in movies. Subtle things, like finding all the kitchen cabinet doors open in the morning when I was sure I'd closed them before bed, or my hairbrush being on the opposite side of the bathroom counter. Small, things that made me question my sanity. One morning, I woke up to find tiny handprints on the bathroom mirror, too small to be any of ours. When I showed Ryan, he tried convincing me they were just smudges, but they were clearly handprints. Kyle saw them too. We cleaned the mirror, and the next day, they were back. The house had this heavy feeling to it, like the air was thicker somehow. Visitors would comment on it within minutes of arriving. My sister refused to stay overnight after her first visit. She said the house made her feel like she couldn't breathe properly. Our friend Mark came over for dinner and left after 20 minutes, claiming he suddenly felt sick. He later admitted he felt like someone was standing behind him the entire time. Then there was the incident with Kyle's girlfriend. She was staying over, and in the middle of the night, she woke up screaming that someone was touching her face. Kyle swore he was asleep and hadn't moved. She never came back to the house after that. Winter was the worst. The days were shorter, which meant more darkness. The house seemed to feed off the darkness. The tapping in the walls became louder, more insistent. Multiple times I'd be in the shower and feel like someone was watching me through the curtain. I started showering with the curtain partially open so I could see that no one was there, which only made me feel more exposed to whatever was in the house. One particularly bad night, all three of us were in the living room watching a movie when every single light in the house turned off simultaneously. Not like a power outage. The TV stayed on, but all the lamps, overhead lights, everything just went dark at once. Ryan checked the breakers, but nothing was tripped. When he flipped the switches back on, nothing happened. Then, just as suddenly as they went out, all the lights came back on at full brightness, almost blinding us. The dogs started sleeping in our bed every night, something they'd never done before. They'd whimper if we tried to make them sleep in their own beds. Sometimes they'd wake up in the middle of the night, both staring at the same corner of the bedroom, growling with their tails tucked between their legs. Around our second year there, I started having recurring nightmares about a figure standing at the foot of our bed. I could never make out any features, just a dark silhouette. In the dreams, I'd try to wake Ryan, but he wouldn't respond. The figure would slowly move closer until I woke up gasping for breath. After the third time, I mentioned it to Ryan, and the color drained from his face. He'd been having the exact same dream. Kyle had his own experiences in the basement. He'd hear someone calling his name when he was alone. His belongings would disappear, only to reappear days later in bizarre places like inside the freezer or stuffed into shoes. He installed a camera in his room, but the footage would always cut out at around 3 in the morning, resuming again around 5. The longer we stayed, the more the house seemed to know us, like it was learning our fears. I'm terrified of tight spaces, and I started having episodes where I'd feel like the walls were closing in. Ryan, who hates heights, would get dizzy spells that made him feel like he was falling even when he was sitting down. Kyle, who'd had a traumatic water experience as a kid, would find his basement bathroom filled with water, but no source of the flooding could ever be found. By our third year, we were all sleep-deprived, anxious messes. We'd stopped inviting people over. We'd grown used to the constant feeling of being watched. We normalized things that, looking back, were absolutely not normal. Like the fact that pictures would be crooked every morning, no matter how carefully we straightened them the night before, or how the temperature in certain rooms would drop 20 degrees for no reason. The breaking point came when I was home alone one afternoon. I was in the kitchen, making lunch, when I heard Ryan call my name from upstairs. I answered, then remembered he was at work. My blood ran cold. I stood frozen in the kitchen, and then I heard it again. Ryan's voice, perfectly mimicked, calling me to come upstairs. I grabbed my keys and ran out of the house. I sat in my car until Ryan got home from work. That night we decided we had to move. We broke our lease, lost our security deposit, and didn't care. We were out within 2 weeks. We never told the landlord why. What would we say? Your house is haunted? We just said we had a family emergency and needed to relocate. It's been a year since we moved, and none of us have experienced anything strange in our new places. But I still have nightmares about that house. I still feel uneasy in dark bathrooms or basements. I've tried researching the history of the house, but found nothing unusual. No deaths, no crimes, nothing that would explain what we experienced. I'm not saying it was definitely supernatural. Maybe there was some environmental factor, gas leaks or mold or something, that caused hallucinations. But that doesn't explain objects moving or lights going out or doors closing. I don't know what was in that house, but I know it was aware of us. It knew we were there, and it didn't want us to be. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if a part of it followed us out.